And we are now live streaming and recording. And just a reminder to all of the panelists, if you could mute yourself when you are not speaking, that would be appreciated. Leo, please go ahead and begin.
Thank you very much. Welcome, everybody. I'd like to call this meeting of the Civilian Oversight Commission to order. I trust that you and your families are doing well. I want to recognize the two deputies currently recovering from their injuries when they were shot sitting in their patrol vehicle. They were shot multiple times on September the 12th. Our thoughts are with you and your families. Before we actually begin, Supervisor Mark Ridley Thomas is here, and he wants to address all of us about recent activities of the Sheriff's Department. Welcome, Supervisor Ridley Thomas, and the floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much, Chair, and to the Commission. Thank you for the opportunity on behalf of the board just to share a few insights that I think should be interpreted as affirmative of the work of the Oversight Commission since its inception. Before doing so, I wish to associate myself with the remarks made by you, Madam Chair, with respect to the two deputies who were in the line of duty carrying out their responsibilities and were ambushed. Nothing that I can say that's more profoundly disturbing than an attack on those men and women who are seeking to serve and protect our respective communities. So it is on behalf of people of this county, specifically 2nd Supervisorial District, where this incident took place, that we express a profound degree of regard for their lives, the lives of their family, and urge that the persons responsible be swiftly and appropriately, properly apprehended and brought to justice. It seems to me that's in line with the very reason for having a Citizens Oversight Commission, to be outward facing, to maximize transparency, to cause the community at large to know what is going on in the public safety arena, specifically, Madam Chair and Commissioners, that of the role of the Sheriff's Department itself. This body is a product of the March for Reform in Los Angeles County as it relates to public safety, and specifically the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department. We respect the fact that this is tough work, and we want to, at the top, say that to each one of you, thank you for your service. It is critically important. It doesn't assume that everyone agrees all the time, but it does assume that there is engagement that is defined by civility, accountability, and transparency. Your collaboration with your executive director, your collaboration with the Office of the Inspector General, all matter, and it was the intent of the Board of Supervisors as a part of the overall statement we make about police accountability and transparency in a better Los Angeles County. We take a stand that is non-negotiable about the rights of our citizenry, the rights of our residents, in terms of the constitutional protections that we are to be afforded. We take a clear view with respect to the entirety of the sets of controversy and division and tension with the Department of the Sheriff, specifically the current sheriff and the previous sheriff. We realize that this hasn't been all that rosy, but we understand that your role is fundamentally important to the people of this county. That's why you are here, and from which you should not retreat, no matter what anybody says otherwise. You are a part of what it means to reform the law enforcement elements in this county. That's your role. And it is clear in terms of how you were brought into existence. Let me just hasten to make the following observations. Uh, the Office of Diversion and Reentry came into being in the same space of the Oversight Commission, seeking to expand the safety net and maximize public safety at the same time. It is later then that the discussion about alternatives to incarceration came into focus. What, from a fiscally responsible perspective, so that we can make sure that persons who are mentally ill are not finding themselves languishing in Los Angeles County jail system. And we have done well in that regard. And I appreciate the spotlight that the commission has put on that. The issue with body worn cameras, you've worked on that, and it's been complementary and very important. The public would not know as much about what's going on in the sheriff's department were it not for the existence of this commission. I want to underscore that. The work that's being done on the family assistance program that's on the agenda for next week of the Board of Supervisors. You wrote the report that made it clear that this was a compelling example of how the County of Los Angeles should step forth into the 21st century and practice humane behavior with respect to those who have been traumatized by fatalities and more within the context of interfacing with the sheriff's department. The notion that we have evolved to a policy framework that speaks to the matter of how we think of jail care first and jail last is an expression, Madam Chair and Commissioners, of where we ought to be. And the board has unanimously advanced that perspective. And we want to affirm you in terms of your way of embracing that. It is not contrary to what the sheriff said at the board meeting on this past Tuesday. It is not a policy that advances offenders first and victims last. It is care first and jail last. There's a distinction to be made of consequence. And the assertion to the contrary can be contradicted at any point. This commission and the board has sought to represent on behalf of the people of this county, their constitutional rights and the like. And so we don't take the position that we need to hammer the sheriff's department for sport or for recreation. We stand in terms of advancing and protecting constitutional rights of journalists, First Amendment rights. We stand and take the position that human rights ought to be celebrated and protected. And we take a position that public safety is fundamental in the county of Los Angeles, and each one of us knows and appreciates that. And so I just simply believe that your role has been value added, any way it can be described. And were it not for your presence, the outward facing manner in which the public now has an opportunity to see and to know what is going on in the policy making that you've done is important. Let me conclude by saying the anti-racist policy framework that the County of Los Angeles is embarking on, embraced unanimously by the Board of Supervisors just last month for the first time in the board's over 170 years existence, has said we're going to do a self-examination of what it means to be equitable along racial lines in a significant way through all departments. And I hasten to make the point that includes the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department. No exceptions to the policy. Madam Chair, we thank you for the opportunity to make these remarks, and we appreciate the work that you are doing and trust that the balance of the meeting today will be productive.
Thank you so much, Supervisor. We welcome your wise counsel. We welcome your support. As we learned from a September 3rd town hall meeting, we listen in the community, and they much of what we were told by members of the public during that meeting really has resulted in some of the matters that are on the agenda today.
Yes.
So we welcome anything that we can do to mediate, to be responsive to the community, and that's the community is large.
Yes.
Public safety, the board, we are here to actively take a role, and we, as I said, we welcome the board's support. So thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much.
If we could now turn to the formal part of the meeting, I want to welcome all of you here. Our next meeting will be Thursday, October 15th. In lieu of a second meeting during the month, we've made the decision that the second Thursday of the month is a good opportunity for the commission's ad hoc committees to meet, to hold their committee meetings, because the ad hoc committees really are the backbone of what we do. Before we get started, everything seems to be a preface this morning. I want to make a short remark concerning public comment. It's critical that we hear from you, the members of the public. As I said earlier, we learned quite a lot from public comment at the town hall meeting on September 3rd. Your voice and your opinions are important to us, but with so many people on the call and with our time constraints, we have to limit the amount of time each person can speak. I know the time constraints are difficult. I want you to remember that you can email your comments, tweet, or use one of the other platforms to reach us, and we'll distribute your comments to the commission. I also want everybody to be mindful of their public comment. If any comments verge on urging violence, we will be forced to cut your time short. This is not something that any of us wants to do or anything that that we take lightly, but please be respectful. Ingrid Williams, if you would go ahead and take the roll, please.
Sure. Commissioner Bonner?
Here.
Commissioner Giggins? Commissioner Harris?
Here.
Commissioner Kennedy? Commissioner Ochen?
Here.
Rubin?
Yes, here.
Commissioner Thompson?
Present.
Commissioner Tolentino?
Here.
And Commissioner Vera, Vice Chair Vera.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Tolentino, would you lead us in the pledge, please?
All right. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. As it is spelled out on the agenda, if you want to provide live public comment, you must access the meeting through WebEx. Please use the web link to join the session with your first name, your last name, your email, and your computer or smartphone. When you register, you'll be able to select which agenda item you'd like to comment on. Your information will not be shared with other attendees. For those of you calling into the meeting, you must email your comments at cocnotify@lacounty.gov. Please include the agenda item and meeting date in your correspondence. All correspondence received shall be part of the official record. When you are going to provide public comment, please be sure to eliminate as much background noise as possible. Depending on the number of participants, we'll either have 1 or 2 minutes per person of public comment. There's always technical glitches. Please bear with us. We'll get better at this, and we'll try and improve each time we meet. If a speaker wants his or her name in the minutes, you must indicate that you wish so. The first agenda item is the approval of the minutes from August the 20th. Is there any discussion or public comments regarding the August 20th minutes?
This is Jen. Any of the individuals who had registered for public comment on this agenda item have not signed in. So there is not currently any public comment for the administrative matters on the minutes.
Thank you, Jennifer. Any commissioner comments on the minutes? Is there a
move we approve the minutes?
And is there a second?
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposition? The motion carries. At this point, I'd like to go to agenda item number 2, the resolution 2A, resolution condemning violence. As has been stated earlier, on September the 12th, 2 deputies sitting in their patrol car in the city of Compton were shot at close range. What happened to the deputies was a callous act of violence for which the perpetrator should be held accountable. In fact, the commission abhors any type of violence perpetrated on any member of our community. This includes any member of the sheriff's department, law enforcement, and civilians alike. I think it's important that we take this step of condemning any such violence and that we pledge to work together to prevent and eliminate such violence. Any discussion among the commissioners?
Excuse me, Madam Chair.
I'm sorry. Rob, go ahead.
You were on mute. Yes, let me just say that last Saturday, we reached a low point in the history of Los Angeles when a gunman opened fire on 2 deputies at point-blank range. The courage shown by one of the deputies who was shot in the face herself of getting her partner out of the patrol vehicle and into a position of safety, act of remarkable courage, and is inspirational. It should be inspirational to all of us in terms of what is faced by, from time to time, those in law enforcement and deputy sheriffs in our sheriff's department. To say I'm outraged is an understatement. I think my premeditated. This commission should condemn it in no uncertain terms. I've looked at the proposed resolution, and I have a couple of suggestions with regard to it. First of all, I believe the resolution should be clearly focused on the attack on the 2 deputies. If I could, I'm going to propose a modification of the resolution to achieve that objective. Certainly, we don't want to say anything or express any sentiment in this resolution that could be mistaken by anyone as ever justifying homicidal attacks or violence on deputies or other police officers. So just with respect to the resolution that has been circulated, in the very first whereas clause, I would propose that after the words on September 12th, 2020, adding the words an unidentified gunman attempted to murder, and then strike the words unprovoked act of violence against. So it would read an unidentified gunman attempted to murder 2 Los Angeles County Sheriff's deputies while on duty in the city of Compton. So slight word change to that. Secondly, I would propose deleting the second whereas clause. Thirdly, dropping down to the what is the fourth whereas clause. I would strike everything starting from the residents of Compton through the words further ignite community trauma, and insert the words whereas violent acts on sheriff's deputies and other law enforcement officers are inimical to civil society and cannot be tolerated. And then in the therefore be it resolved clause, I would add the word after strongly and unequivocally. So it reads strongly and unequivocally condemn. I would strike the actions I would strike the words actions of the perpetrator and insert the words premeditated attack on sheriff's deputies that occurred. And then I would strike the words after September 12th, 2020, the words any act of violence against community members and law enforcement. I could read, so it would read, therefore be it resolved, the Civilian Oversight Commission does hereby strongly and unequivocally condemn the premeditated attack on sheriff's deputies that occurred on September 12th, 2020. So I'm proposing these amendments to the resolution for discussion among the members of the commission, and but the reason for those amendments is simply to make clear that the focus of this resolution, we can have other resolutions on other subjects, but this resolution should be clearly focused on the despicable attacks on the 2 deputy sheriffs that occurred last Saturday. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Pastor Thompson, I think you had indicated you wanted to speak on this.
Yes, good morning to each of you, Madam Chair, and to my fellow commissioners. I just want to respond to Commissioner Bonner. I don't think we should play gotcha with this resolution. And I don't think that we have to walk on eggshells as it relates to this resolution. In the first amendment to the first line, I am not opposed to the additional rhetoric or the additional verbiage that Commissioner Bonner is proposing. But we can mince and piece this resolution apart to try to walk on eggshells. You're not going to, whatever you do, you're not going to please everybody. I want to regurgitate the commentary of our initial speaker, Supervisor Thomas, which I thought was remarkable and very profound. We serve as a liaison for the community. We serve as a broker of civilian oversight for the community, for the sheriff department on behalf of the community. As it relates to the semantics or the amendment to line number 1, I forget what Commissioner Bonner said, initially, but I have no problem with that. Even with that, I think, we can mince and piece this thing apart. As it relates to the residents of Compton, I would like Commissioner Bonner to, if he can repeat that amendment that he is trying to make, whereas the residents of Compton, as well as other communities within the County of Los Angeles, deserve to live in a community-free and violent incidents that further ignite community trauma. And while I'm talking, let me go on record and saying that we're all praying for these two deputies, and we're praying that they live, we're praying that they survive, we're praying that they return to some quality of life that reflect normalcy. But you don't want to start playing got you politics with this. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other commissioners wish to comment?
Yeah, I do. I don't know if Commissioner Bonner wanted to respond to Commissioner Taylor first, Commissioner Thompson first, or if I should just go ahead and offer my comment.
Well, I certainly would only respond, and I don't think I don't know how to interpret exactly what Commissioner Thompson said, but I'm not playing gotcha here with anybody. I'm certainly not doing that. That's not my intent, and my intent is only to keep the resolution focused on condemning the attacks on the two deputies. Period. Full stop. And there's no semantics in that. That's just how that's my belief, that if we're going to adopt a resolution on this, that it ought to be focused on the attacks on the two deputies. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sure that there'll be other issues, Commissioner Bonner, raised by other commissioners. So perhaps if, there may be other points to respond to. Commissioner Ocen, did you want to make some comments?
Yes. I am in favor of adopting the resolution condemning acts of violence, whether obviously we condemn acts of violence against these two deputies. And like Commissioner Thompson said, we pray for their full and complete recovery and strongly condemn the person who perpetrated these acts of violence against them. I am against removing the clause related to the residents of Compton. I think that we should lift up the fact that they too experience trauma when acts of violence occur in your city. And they too, like the deputies, deserve to be able to move through their community in peace and in safety. And I think we should equally condemn acts of violence, whether it's by other residents of LA County or by the Sheriff's Department. And again, we're speaking very broadly with respect to the fourth clause. So I can appreciate the changes to the first whereas, adding additional language about strongly and without condition. I'm not sure what the second word that you added there, or without reservation or something like that. I'm fine with that, but I think we should similarly say that we condemn acts of violence against residents as well. I think that we should lift up their experiences. I personally don't think that this will be seen as in any way justifying what happened to these two deputies. I think it's really speaking to the collective trauma and pain that's occurring in Compton that is inclusive of the acts of violence against these two deputies. So I would oppose striking any reference to residents of Compton and what they experience as well.
Patty, if you want to go ahead.
Yes, I think it's important to include this community because the reverberation happened in Compton. There were things that happened before in Compton. There are things that are going to continue to happen, reverberating after this incident. It's still, things are very, very tender. So I think it's important for us and in our role to acknowledge the community that it happened in. And it didn't happen in a vacuum. So I agree to include the community of Compton. I do, and I like affirming it a little in the beginning. I can't remember exactly what Commissioner Bonner said, but it seemed a little bit stronger in that beginning. I don't see the value of talking about whether there's a suspect that's been identified or not, or whether we're saying that we're all members of the Los Angeles community. We couldn't be on this commission if we were not residents of Los Angeles County. So those two, I wouldn't mind losing them. They're irrelevant. And it also, just the fact that if we add things that are not really focused on what we're trying to say does have a tendency to dilute. But anything that we do to make sure that we are unequivocally against violence in all of its forms, including when it happens to law enforcement, is an important statement for us to make.
Any other commissioner comments? Commissioner Tolentino.
First of all, I'd like to say that I think the commission is taking the right direction in condemning violence, and condemning violence specifically to the ambush of these two deputies. I would not disagree with the changes that Judge Bonner suggested for the first whereas, nor with the last the resolve portion. But otherwise, I think we need to keep everything in place. And I think it's important, though, with all due respect to Commissioner Geegan, I think some folks don't even know who we are, and that they're make the assumption that we're all members of the LA County community. Sometimes that's not factually true. So I think it's important to let them know who we are and our role and how we interact with, I think, with each of the various entities. So with those two changes, I don't have any problems with the supporting the resolution.
Any other commissioner comments or input before we go to the public comment? Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think we're all heartbroken over what's happened, and I appreciate the thoughtful discussion today about how to express how we feel. I think we should give a little more consideration to Commissioner Bonner's point about the last whereas clause. I think we all agree with that 100%, but we have to also think about it from the perspective of law enforcement. And if we are sending to them some kind of mixed message with that, I wouldn't want to do that. So I would ask our fellow commissioners like Commissioner Harris to speak to this. Is it sending some kind of implicit message that could add fuel to the fire or hurt feelings in terms of law enforcement? Of course, we feel that everyone in Compton and everywhere should be free from acts of violence. But if we were issuing a resolution about a victim of violence at the hands of law enforcement, I doubt we would add a whereas that said something like all sheriff deputies should be free from violence. So I'm concerned about, like I said, that kind of mixed message. So I appreciate Commissioner Bonner's point about the last whereas, and I'm still trying to wrestle with that.
Commissioner Harris, if you want to add anything?
Yeah, this is Commissioner Harris, and I apologize. I am having horrible computer problems this morning. So I am talking to you via my cell phone. I'm trying to watch you on screen, and I'm getting the basic gist of what's going on here, but I cannot speak to everything because I don't have the ability to look at exactly what the document says right now. That said, I appreciate Commissioner Vera's comments. You're right, we don't want to send any mixed message. My personal feeling is that we should be condemning all forms of violence, whether it's in the community, whether it's against law enforcement. It matters not to me where the violence is directed. It needs to stop. Everybody needs to take a step back and say, this is just wrong. There's too much violence in our community. And whether I know there are activists who believe that the police are engaged in violent acts against the community, and if someone now in some twisted mind thinks that now we can commit acts against law enforcement, that they're justified, that clearly is wrong, and we should send a very strong message to everyone. I would hope that the members of the LA County Sheriff's Department would recognize that this commission is heartbroken at what's happened, but we are not blind to the community's concerns also. Violence is wrong, and it needs to stop, regardless of who the violence is directed at or who the perpetrators of the violence are. It needs to stop. So I'm like Commissioner Vera, I'm kind of wrestling with this myself. We want to send a clear message. And I guess these are the types of things that need a little percolating. They need to really, some very clear thought needs to be given to what we want to say in our public statement. So I'll end it there.
All right, thank you. I'd like to go to public comment unless there's additional comments from other commissioners right now. I'm sure that there will be more after public comment. So without seeing any other commissioners wanting to jump in at this point, Jennifer, how many people do we have for public comment on this issue?
We currently have 8 individuals who have pre-registered for this.
All right, why don't we go ahead and hear from the 8, and then we can move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. So our first comment will come from Doreen Sanchez. Doreen, please go ahead with your comment. Doreen, you're currently muted. Please go ahead with your comment. It appears that the mute button continues. We'll move on to the next person. Jacqueline Venter, please go ahead with your comment.
Yes, good morning, everybody. I live in Compton, and my heart goes out to the families that were of the victims. But as you guys know, it's been a lot of controversy here with deputy shootings, and not just here in Compton, but all over. My son, Tanel Billups, was a victim, and it goes back to the executioners here, which they have been named, that is a gang. I've been telling the same story since 2011 when Tanel was shot 5 times in the back by a Los Angeles deputy. This guy is telling the same story that I've been telling for years. And it's a whole bunch of stuff going on in these departments that you guys are not aware of, or may be aware of, and not doing anything about it. And now it's leaking out into the streets. The community is tired, as well as some of these deputies that's up in there that have to deal with this and can't say anything. This deputy that came forward and told, his life is being threatened. Look what's happening in our community now. And this is a neglect from our officials, because if you guys use the same energy to stop this stuff as looking for this person that shot this, maybe these behaviors would stop, because it's not just the citizens in the streets, it's the law enforcement also. And this is heartbreaking, you know, because we're losing loved ones. Their life matters, our loved ones' life matters, and I'm just praying for peace. And I'm praying also for my son to come home that fell victim to a shooting. And nothing happened in his case, but you guys are helping me. My time is almost up, but you guys are helping me get to the next phase, and I appreciate it. Thank you very much, and everybody have a good day.
Thank you. And the next comment will come from Henry P. Looks like Henry may have just dropped off, actually. So we'll move on to Gina Viola. Please go ahead with your comment.
Hi, good morning. I will be brief. It's very difficult. The whole situation is very difficult. And as the community, we come to comment to you on violence in all forms, regardless on who it's perpetrated against. And to hear you taking excruciating measures to pick apart language in a resolution condemning violence sends a clear message to the community that we are not all equal. You don't even see us as equal, especially Commissioner Bonner, who goes to great lengths to make sure that it's stated we're not equal. So that would be my concern with a resolution. So that's it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And the next comment will come from Bernice Onfrey. Please go ahead with your comment, Bernice.
Oh, we didn't do the Spanish.
Okay, I'm not hearing anything from Bernice at this time. And next we'll move to Audrey George. Please go ahead with your comment, Audrey. And our next comment will come from Bernice Onfrey. Please go ahead with your comment, Bernice. Okay, hearing nothing. Our next comment will come from Audrey George. Please go ahead, Audrey. Okay, still hearing nothing. Ann Fisher, you are muted. Please go ahead with your comment, Ann.
Yes. Well, first I want to say that I'm just so heartbroken by the deputies and the tragedies they've suffered and the unrest with their police in our communities. I also feel so bad for the people who are victims that are citizens of violence in any way. I wrote in as well, but I think that anybody making obscene commentary on these calls or threats should be banned or discontinued. We need to keep this dialogue being very positive and being about change and awareness and our viewpoints being heard instead of having all this vulgarity. I do think that the body cameras should move more quickly onto the officers. And I think that there should be a two-step verification on police reports so that the citizens and the victims of crimes can know that their crime reports were taken accurately and that they were possibly uploaded in a portal, and they can know that those victim statements and police reports were actually logged in so that their crimes can be addressed. I do believe that more protections need to be occurring for the police against these kinds of vigilantes because they are working for us and we need to take care of them and we need to protect them. But we also need to address the police's accountability because I believe a lot of this unaccountability and violence within the police forces and the attitudes and the lack of masks and the attitudes need to change because you're representing the leaders. We look to you, and if you're not following the rules, then people don't want to follow the rules, and it's become a very dangerous situation and a very, very, very poor climate out there that I think if we don't address it on both sides, it's going to continue to escalate. And I want to appreciate and thank all of you for your time and hearing us, and hope that we can move forward to a more peaceful resolution in the future to where we can really have change for our community and our police force. Thank you.
Thank you for that comment. And before we move on to the next speaker, you have an announcement in Spanish.
Si necesita traducción de sus comentarios en español, simplemente diga la palabra español antes de empezar sus comentarios y cuando termine sus comentarios, un traductor va a traducir sus comentarios. Gracias.
Thank you. And our next speaker will be Joseph Maslich. Please go ahead with your comment, Joseph.
Hello, commissioners and other staff. It's as I look over the resolution, which I've just gotten hold of, but and listen to the comments, it is so difficult to deal with something like this primarily by looking at a piece of paper. And I just wish that the commission had more opportunities themselves to have some discussions within themselves and really to share your emotional reactions and, of course, for the public to share its. And then you'll hear the various kinds of ways that people were reacting and be able to frame something after that. Now, perhaps that some of you had that discussion and the resolution is a product of that discussion, but we can see so many other items and connections that if they were expressed in discussion, might make it easier to focus in writing a resolution. As I look at things, the fourth whereas, whether it mentions Compton or not, maybe it could be explicit, as well as all other communities within the County of Los Angeles, including people in service as county employees. The sheriff's deputies, along with everybody else, deserves to live with situation or existence free of violent incidents. I don't know if that'll help you folks that are trying to formulate something now. But beyond this, I'd like to see a challenge raised or something mentioned about seeking the causes of various forms of violence and the situations that give rise to them. It's all right to condemn the result, but it really calls on a study of the various causes. And I'd like the commission, if it can't do that study itself, at least to encourage county entities and the community and other specialists to look into those. That's the way to make progress. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next comment comes from TK. Please go ahead with your comment, TK.
Hi, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, so I thought that this agenda item was actually going to speak on the violence by the sheriff's department against the community, how they opened fired on peaceful protesters with no dispersal orders, no unlawful gathering orders. A 7-year-old was sprayed with pepper balls. Multiple people were hit with rubber bullets, cannons, bean bags, and this went on for nights for peaceful protesters.
And TK, I just want to interject that item 2B will address that issue.
Okay, so all right,
if you'd like to speak on this resolution.
Okay, as far as this, so I don't condone any shape or violence, and this is why the community's been here to speak about police violence. There's been nothing mentioned, no heartfelt condolences for Dijon Kesey's family or Andres Gordardo's. This particular situation concerns me a great deal, and we have to look at police gangs and the violence within the department, and stop blaming the community, because this particular incident, I don't feel is at fault of the community, but I think the commission needs to look within the police gangs themselves, because I truly feel this was an inside job to instigate and further perpetuate violence in South Central, Compton, Westmount, that entire area. And I think the commission needs to do a serious look at the police gangs and stop blaming the community. Thank you.
Thank you. And the last public comment will come from Audrey George. Go ahead with your comment, Audrey.
Okay, you can hear me this time?
Yes, we hear you. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Yes, I just want to know where the commission's outrage is about all the corruption, violent sheriff's gangs, stolen lives of victims of deputy shootings, the harassments of family, the cooperation with ICE. Why don't you issue a resolution each time we tragically lose precious civilian lives, such as Ryan Twyman, Andres Guardardo, or Dijon Kesey? The other thing that really angers me so much is the false accusations the sheriffs allowed to be made against, encouraged and fomented against an innocent Black man without any evidence at all, really harming him, possibly ruining his life. The unwarranted and unproven racial profiling of the shooter, that was another factor that the commission should be looking at. There was no evidence at all about the race of the shooter from the videos, and the fact that that statements were made publicly by sheriff spokespersons that indicated that it was a person of color. It's outrageous. I want to know I want to hear you express outrage about all of these things and do resolutions about all of it, not just this shooting of these 2 sheriff deputies. Thank you.
Thank you. And Lael, that does conclude the public comment on this agenda item.
All right, thank you very much. And thank you for those of you who offered public comment. It's important to try and keep your public comment to the specific agenda item because we have others that you may want to address as we move ahead. What I'd like to suggest is it seems to me that the basic issue here with the resolution is whether it just focuses on the ambush shooting of the 2 deputies, or whether it speaks to violence generally. We've certainly heard from the community, both in the town hall and at our commission meetings, that they really want to know that we are condemning all violence, however it occurs. And I think to include the reference to violence in the community doesn't detract from the awful, tragic shooting of the 2 deputies. So
Free John, period.
We are certainly condemning
to the
what occurred in the shooting of the 2 sheriff's deputies, and are very grateful that they are going to recover. But I think it's important in the same vein to make a strong statement about violence in the community, and I think that's where I differ from your suggestion, Commissioner Bonner, and we may end up needing to take a vote on that. So if you want to address that further, or anybody else who wants to speak on that issue, please go ahead.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I do think it detracts from the message that we're trying to make, that condemns the attacks on the deputy sheriffs, to combine it with what I would think of, and by the way, I would support a separate resolution condemning acts of violence in Compton or against citizens and residents of Compton. That's a separate issue. Maybe we should have a resolution on it. But I would like to disaggregate and not complete the two issues in a resolution that ought to be clearly on point. I think we should get some answers to some questions. It's not a resolution. We ought to get answers to the use of lethal force involving Dijon Kesey and Andres Rodado. If either of those 2 uses of forces were unjustified, neither one of them occurred in Compton, by the way, the deputies involved should be held accountable. And we need reforms to assure accountability. And we proposed 18 reforms. But resolution should be targeted toward one thing. They shouldn't be trying to cover multiple things. We're trying to do that here, and then we dilute the message. We make an ambiguous message, and we shouldn't do that as a commission. If we're going to do resolutions, let's make them clear-cut, let's make them focus, and therefore, the only issue here is the 4th whereas clause, but I think anyway, but I just don't think we should conflate the message. We should separate these things out. If you want a resolution on condemning violence in Compton and elsewhere, ask our executive director to prepare a resolution, maybe circulate it more than a day before the meeting, and let's discuss it. But let's not try to do 2 things at once here. Thank you.
Anybody else want to speak on this at this point? Patty?
Yeah, I just want to make a comment about this process. We've been here before trying to carve out a resolution that's meaningful, that it kind of uplifts from the our usual conversations and reports from ad hoc committees with very specificities. We get it the day before and then we wordsmith it together. I don't know why we can't. I guess we have this Brown Act, so we can't comment before. I mean, it is the most ridiculous thing that if you want to create something that represents all of us, and I do appreciate the efforts that that writers do make to kind of synthesize and make a statement on behalf of all of us. But I just want to say that our process is sorely lacking for us to really be able to come together and say, as a community of commissioners, what we want to say.
Can I just, on that point?
Sorry, I think Commissioner Tolentino was first, and then I'll get to you.
I'll follow the same point that Patty was saying, but the Brown Act is really important. It means that we do everything publicly. And I've been in enough commissions that I think you're right, it's difficult. But the task that we're given is not meant to be very easy. With respect to Judge Barr's comments about focusing, I think this is focused already. I think adding the fourth whereas provides a context for a resolution rather than unfocusing that. I think you need that because it's important. Because I think people need to understand that it's a resolution condemning violence, and I think there's the big elephant in the room is that there's violence that's occurring against law enforcement, but there's a context of violence in the community, and I think that's why it's important that fourth whereas.
Priscilla?
Yes, sorry, I'm taking my video off so that my bandwidth is better, just so you all know. So two things. One, I just want to agree with Patty. I think that we should have some kind of process for resolution. So if we create a standing ad hoc committee that can at least review a resolution before it's agendized and offer some suggestions so that we're not spending a lot of time, or to the extent that we can improve or make amendments to the drafts that our staff circulate. It'll give us an earlier opportunity to comment. I understand that we're this is not a situation that we could have predicted, so things are moving quickly, and so I understand that. But had we had an ad hoc committee, we could have run it by them first before posting it on the agenda. And I think we can include folks like Commissioner Bonner, who I appreciate, always comes through with some amendments that provoke a lot of discussion. So, maybe Commissioner Bonner would agree to be on that committee. Beyond that, I will say, again, I think that we need to make a strong statement that acknowledges the reality of what is happening. And that is that there is a lot of pain by members of the community because of what they view as violence against them without accountability. And we certainly know that to the extent that the perpetrator is brought to justice, they will face swift accountability for what happened. And we want to, acknowledge the harm and call for accountability for everyone who experiences harm. And that's what we do. We aren't here to take sides. We are here to try to build bridges and to come up with solutions. I think that we need to acknowledge the pain and frustration of communities who are being afflicted by violence, all kinds of violence, and that includes members of the Sheriff's Department who exist within these communities. So again, I would just emphasize that I oppose the amendment to strike the fourth whereas clause, and I oppose the amendment to strike any act of violence against the community members and law enforcement. The other amendments I'm fine with. Those two I oppose.
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Might I suggest this, because I do understand the difficulty in trying to wordsmith a resolution during an actual meeting. And I do understand the efficacy of having input from commissioners prior to proffering a resolution to the commission itself. So may I suggest this as a possible direction? One, that we simply adopt a statement strongly condemning this horrific act against deputies. It's our simple statement right there that we strongly condemn these acts. It really has no place in our community. Then that we adopt a second statement, and this is the simple statement that we adopt, whether we condemn violence of any kind, no matter who it's perpetrated by, in all of our communities of Los Angeles. And the third suggestion is that we do, in fact, have the chair appointed ad hoc committee for resolutions or really urgent things that need to be done where there isn't enough time for the entire commission to do it. So rather than adopt this resolution as a whole, it's a simple statement that we condemn this violence against the deputies, we condemn all violence, and we establish an ad hoc committee.
Thank you for that. I welcome Commissioner Ochen's suggestion about an ad hoc committee on this issue. I'd like to appoint her and Commissioner Bonner and Commissioner Giggins and Pastor Thompson, if you'd like to be on this ad hoc committee. I think that's we will be well served. I think at this point it is incumbent upon us to make a statement that we condemn all violence, and with all due deference to Commissioner Bonner wanting to, and I understand that, focus on the deputies. I think at the very least we make a statement here today that we condemn the violence against the deputies, and at the same time, we condemn violence in the community, whoever perpetrates that violence. And then we should, then I would urge the ad hoc committee to meet and really flesh this out in greater detail. So unless there's any other input on this, I'd like to proceed in that way.
Well, let me, yeah, this is Commissioner. Or vote issue here. I think I know how that vote's going to go. Why don't we just take a vote on it? And if it's as worded, then so be it. So, but let's take a, why don't we take a vote and move on? My suggestion.
That's, I like that suggestion. So why don't we take those in favor of Commissioner Bonner's suggestion to limit the fourth whereas clause or to delete it, referring to the community. All those in favor.
And then Lael, did you want to take a roll call vote on that?
Yes, I think we should.
Okay.
Could you repeat that?
Yeah,
What are we voting on?
okay, this is S for S clause, and the proposed change would be in front of you, whereas, and then deleting the words that begin with the residents of Compton through the words community trauma, and inserting in lieu of those words, the words violent attacks on sheriff's deputies and other law enforcement officers cannot be tolerated.
Can I say something?
Yeah, Pastor Wilson.
Vote
Commissioner Bonner
on whether you want to adopt the language that focuses this or you don't. Yes.
Right. I understand, but Pastor Thompson wanted to speak on that.
Commissioner Bonner, whereas the residents, can you repeat your amendment?
Yes, I will. Okay, thank you, Pastor Thompson. So the amendment would be the last whereas clause. And rather than reading, it would strike the words, the residents of Compton. I'm going to read the whole thing that's stricken here. The residents of Compton, as well as other communities within the county of Los Angeles, deserve to live in a community free of violence, free of violent incidents that further ignite community trauma. Striking those words, and in lieu of those words, inserting the words, violent attacks on sheriff's deputies and other law enforcement officers are inimical to a civil society and cannot be tolerated.
All right, thank you. I think that the difference really is limiting the resolution to the sheriff's deputies and law enforcement, or also including members of the community. One more comment, and then I think we should have a vote. Patty?
Yeah, I just want to add to the entire discussion, and I've studied violence for decades. All violence is contextual, and it behooves us when we make a statement, because it's easy to just condemn violence. It's important to touch upon or point out the context.
Thank you. Shall we go ahead with a vote?
Okay.
Go ahead then.
Okay. Commissioner Bonner?
I would vote in favor of my amendment.
Commissioner Giggins?
Oppose.
Commissioner Harris?
Opposed.
Commissioner Ocean?
No.
Commissioner Rubin?
Rubin, can you repeat that, Chair Rubin?
Oppose.
Commissioner Thompson?
No, opposed.
Commissioner Tolentino?
Opposed.
And Vice Chair Vera?
Opposed.
Thank you.
So it looks like the amendment to limit the resolution to solely to the deputies and law enforcement has been defeated. But I do think it's essential in terms of fleshing out the remaining issues and the language for the ad hoc committee to meet on this and draft something that is worthy of our consideration. So if I could ask that that ad hoc committee to meet as soon as possible and fine tune the rest of it, I think that it will be essential. Commissioner Tolentino?
Well, it seems to me that you lose your sense of urgency and that you need to address the issue today. Setting it out again takes the whole month out. I don't think there's that much controversy or conflict with the rest of the words. So it seems to me that I would suggest that we make a vote today.
Anybody else have a comment on that?
I second that. I don't know if that was a motion or an idea, but I second that. I think we'll move ahead with a different context, but I think we should move ahead today.
All right, shall we take a vote on that?
Sorry, just to be clear, you mean, when you say that, you mean the resolution?
On the resolution without Bonner's amendment.
So
I think several other amendments.
There were some additional amendments that I think are controversial. So if former chair Bonner can describe those amendments, so I can just mark them on my sheet, on my draft, so I can know what we're voting on in terms of the exact language. So if you could start with the first clause.
Yeah, the first whereas clause, and I think there was general agreement on this, but let me read the change. It would insert the words First of all, it reads, whereas on September 12th, 2020, and then it would insert the words unidentified gunman attempted to murder two Los Angeles, then it would strike the words unprovoked act of violence against. So it would read an unidentified gunman attempted to murder two Los Angeles sheriff's deputies. And I added the word while on duty and struck the words took place. And then it would read in the Compton. So I didn't hear anybody that disagreed with that, but nonetheless, I guess we could vote on it. That's change one. Change two would be just deleting as irrelevant, really, the second whereas clause, just deleting it entirely. And then in the therefore be it resolved clause at the bottom, I proposed some slight word changes there. Let me just get them on the table. It currently reads, therefore be it resolved, the Civilian Oversight Commission does hereby strongly, and I added the words and unequivocally after strongly. And then it would read condemn the, and then I struck the words actions of the perpetrator and inserted the words premeditated attack on sheriff's deputies that occurred. And then it would read on September 12th, 2020, as it currently does. And then I struck the final words and any act of violence against community members and law enforcement. But anyway, that was what I had proposed in addition to the changes to the fourth whereas clause, which has already been voted on.
Commissioner Bonner, given that we wanted to keep references to residents in Compton, would you take as a friendly amendment keeping and any act of violence against community members? I understand that this is your wish, but so we don't have to relitigate that.
Yeah, I think first of all, I don't agree with that, but I think in light of the vote we just took, I think it actually covered that issue. And if I was counting correctly, it was like 7-1 that would leave those words in. So for purposes of this amendment, which I don't, I think we should, I would still the other slight wordsmith word changes to the result, therefore be it resolved clause, but I don't think we need to vote on that again. I agree with you on that, Commissioner Olson.
All right, it seems to me then we can take a vote on the amendments, both of Commissioner Bonner and the friendly amendment from Commissioner Ochen, and proceed. So if we would go ahead and take a vote, please.
Madam Chair, before we take a vote, just for the record, is Commissioner Bonner agreeing to include and keep the verbiage, the language, and any act of violence against community members and law enforcement? Is that an affirmative, Commissioner Bonner?
I think the vote includes that. In other words, if you approve this resolution or the motion, it's not my motion, but if you approve the motion, that language would stay in.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much.
All right, can we proceed with the vote, please?
Yes, Chair. And just to confirm, this vote is on the actual resolution since amendments were friendly, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Commissioner Bonner?
Pass.
Commissioner Giggins?
Yes.
Commissioner Harris?
Yes.
Commissioner Ochen?
Yes.
Rubin?
Yes.
Commissioner Thompson? Commissioner Tolentino?
Yes.
And Vice Chair Vera?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you very much. I know that this was sort of a tortured way of proceeding, and hopefully in the future with ad hoc committee reviewing resolutions before they get presented to the entire commission, I think will be more effective. I'd like to move ahead to agenda item 2B. That's a discussion and update of the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department enforcement activities at public protests. Since the onset of the civil unrest in May of 2020, many protests have taken place within the county of Los Angeles, some of which were policed by the Sheriff's Department. It's come to our attention of a recent incident. A member of the local media was arrested, and it's alleged by the Sheriff's Department that she interfered with them and did not identify herself as a member of the press. After a presentation from our Inspector General, who has opened an investigation into this matter, I'd like to refer this to County Council to report back to the Commission within 30 days as to what type of law enforcement can conduct at public protests. The chat out there has just been very critical, and it sounds like it is rightly so. But at this point, I'd like to turn this over to Inspector General Huntsman.
My office is investigating recent Sheriff's Department actions which may violate the United States Constitution's guarantee of freedom of the press. In these investigations, we have requested the cooperation of the Sheriff's Department and not received it. The Sheriff's Department has provided information to the public through its PR arm and during personal appearances by the Sheriff. Unfortunately, all evidence we have currently gathered suggests that significant parts of the claims made by the department may have been false. The information we have gathered is preliminary and not intended to substitute for a complete investigation. The first incident occurred on Friday when deputies in riot gear converged on a press conference related to the Dijon Kazee shooting. Subsequently, a member of the National Lawyers Guild was shoved while filming. The Sheriff's Department defended the action by stating that they were removing the public from the parking lot of a local business at the request of the manager. Based upon our initial review, this claim appears likely to be false. Video evidence and witness accounts indicate that the event took place in a parking lot which belongs to the Department of Probation and is open to the public. The second incident occurred Saturday night after a press conference conducted by the sheriff regarding the condition of two deputies who were severely wounded earlier in the day. After the event, reporter Josie Huang attempted to film an arrest and was herself arrested, transported to jail, and cited. After gathering the facts, the Sheriff's Department has made claims about the arrest which appear false based upon video taken by Ms. Huang and others at the scene. Ms. Huang appears to have been wearing press identification, to have clearly identified herself as a reporter and been understood by the deputies, and most importantly, committed no crime. Penal Code Section 148, obstructing a peace officer, specifically provides that recording video of a peace officer is not obstruction. An excellent analysis of the facts can be viewed at laist.com, the website of an organization affiliated with Ms. Huang, and an extensive video record can be found on Ms. Huang's Twitter feed. Yesterday, a deputy used a flashlight to prevent filming of an arrest by Fox LA. The sheriff, in that case, made a personal apology within 3 hours. Actions by government which suppress reporting or intimidate reporters are strictly prohibited by the Constitution. The use of public funds to issue PR statements without regard to their truth or falsity is improper. The sheriff should immediately remove the block he has placed on OIG terminals and allow himself to be interviewed under oath regarding his public statements about Ms. Huang, as well as allegations he ordered the destruction of evidence relating to the death of Kobe Bryant. When the Sheriff's Department places itself above the law and disobeys the Constitution and state and local laws requiring oversight, the difficult job of law enforcement becomes harder, not easier. All the dedicated public servants of my office support the brave women and men of the Sheriff's Department, and we ask only that the sheriff support us by following the law.
Thank you, Mr. Huntsman. I think that the concern is initially, I mean, you've covered many issues here, but the concern initially is what happened with the arrest of Josie Wong from KPCC, how she was treated. Is that a constitutional violation? And where do we go from here with that? It seems to me that the sheriff has dug in his heels on this issue, and I don't want us to get into a situation where the sheriff is asking us to defend what he has done here, because I frankly find the invasion and the encroachment into this journalist, and I mean, it's how we get to transparency. We talk about transparency. The sheriff talks about transparency. We talk about transparency within the community. And we want the community to understand where we are going with this. And I think it's pretty outrageous to just have this sit out here and not have any resolution. So I don't know if any commissioners want to speak on this. Yes, Priscilla?
So I just had a question about the scope of the investigation to the extent that it can happen given the obstruction. It's funny that Ms. Wong is arrested for obstruction of justice or obstruction of an arrest. Meanwhile, it seems that the sheriff's department is the one that's engaging in the obstruction. My question is about whether or not other areas will be explored with respect to the constitutional rights of folks who are protesting, right? The right to assemble, the right to ask for redress of grievances, First Amendment rights with respect to the right of self-expression. Throughout the protests from May to date, there have been a number of the videos that have circulated online of heavy-handed tactics of the Sheriff's Department. What happened to Ms. Wong is not exceptional. What the difference is that she has a bigger platform and she actually had the presence of mind to record her arrest. But we've heard time and time again, especially as the protests in LA County were ramping up, during our meetings, people talking about abuses of the Sheriff's Department with regard to a lack of notice that there's an unlawful assembly, lack of dispersal orders, people being arrested, tackled to the ground, handcuffs being tightened to the point of loss of feeling or nerve damage, people being warehoused on buses that are unsafe, and the sheriff's deputies, the allegation that the sheriff's deputies knowingly did this. And I could go on, but I'm wondering, Inspector General Huntsman, whether you will be examining those kinds of allegations and complaints from members of the public who participated in protests who believe that they were abused by the Sheriff's Department in ways that were similar to Ms. Wong.
I share your sense of irony that we are being obstructed in looking at whether or not they properly conducted an obstruction arrest. In these two particular cases, we were very fortunate that there was a large amount of video. I hope that in the future with body cameras, there'll be a large amount of video. I'm not optimistic that the Sheriff's Department will allow us to look at it under the current state of the decisions made by the sheriff. I don't believe we are going to be able to investigate effectively all those instances if we don't receive compliance with the law from the Sheriff's Department. So ultimately, in this case, we were able to gather some preliminary information because of the availability of witnesses and video from a source other than the sheriff's department. But in general, that's going to be a problem. I would recommend what the chair has recommended, which is that you ask for a report back from county council setting forth the standards and begin a process of possible litigation. I think we're going to find litigation against the county if we don't step in, because as we're discussing constitutional violations here. And so I think it's appropriate for county council to analyze and assess whether or not the county can take action to correct the behavior of one of the public officials of the county. And that's already been raised by the board regarding shooting. I think it's appropriate in this context, but I think county council has the ability to evaluate what action can be taken. And I think our ability to investigate, as long as the sheriff's department refuses to follow that law, is going to be severely limited.
Well, can I just add one thing? There is a lot of video footage floating around online about the sheriff's department's conduct during these protests. So I would encourage you, your office, or county council to identify those videos, particularly on Twitter and other social media platforms. It's available. It's clear. We just don't have a single person whose arrest we can focus on. But I would encourage you to look at that footage as well, because I think it also does provide context for a pattern in practice that the sheriff is engaging in terms of these frivolous arrests, essentially to intimidate people from protesting or calling attention to the sheriff's department's abuses. So it's available. So Josie Wong's arrest is not unique in that there's video footage. In many other instances, there's contemporaneous video as well.
I think what's essential is getting information from county council. What is appropriate behavior that the sheriff's department may conduct during the course of demonstrations and other public protests, and what is not. I mean, we can talk about the reporter, because there's a lot of footage and First Amendment issues regarding a journalist, but I am also concerned about members of the public who chose to protest. What are those rights? What are their rights vis-a-vis the sheriff's department? So I am asking county council to put together a report and report back to us at our next meeting in October. Yes, Patty.
We can certainly do that.
Thank you. Patty?
Yeah, I wholeheartedly support that. And here we are in another situation where the Inspector General does not get the cooperation that he needs to do a comprehensive investigation. And then what do we do? What do we do? We just went through a whole, we spent an hour trying to make a statement in a resolution. Today, the LA Times in their editorial pointed out that one of our roles that we should not shirk, and I believe that Supervisor Ridley Thomas addressed it too, that we cannot shirk pointing out these deficiencies, these transgressions, or when the sheriff's department misses the mark. That is a role that we have. So I hope you won't giggle when I recommend that perhaps the next job of the ad hoc resolution committee is to come up with a resolution that condemns these constitutional violations. They are acts of violence involved. Protest is protected. Journalistic activities are protected. And in this whole and violence is contextual. So anyway, I just would put out there, I'm wondering if now we could at least make a statement from this body, a strong statement, and in line with what the LA Times suggests that we do, which is to point out these behaviors.
I think that's a great idea, and in fact, as the LA Times editorial pointed out, we are needed more than ever for this purpose, and I urge the ad hoc committee to meet and to do that. Before we go to public comment on this issue, any other commissioners have any comments or input? Okay. Jennifer, how many members have signed up for public comment on this issue?
We have 9 members who have signed up.
Why don't you go ahead and take that, please?
Okay, thank you. And our first comment will come from John Hicks. Please go ahead with your comment, John.
Yes, I just,
John, could you please speak closer to your microphone?
yes. Is that better?
Yes, please go ahead.
Yes. So I was struck by the fact that, you know, the journalist engaged in First Amendment activity, and then the misinformation coming out of the sheriff's department sort of proves the need, why we need journalists to tell the truth. I mean, it's just so obvious. And, you know, I wonder, is there anybody in the sheriff's department that gets told the truth and then the lies come out to the rest of us? I just don't understand how this works. I mean, let's get to the people who actually know it and get the information from them. We need to somehow cut out the system where there's a intermediary who's coming up with a fake story to tell. And, you know, I mean, I'd be interested in the commission's feelings. Like, does the sheriff's department lie to you, or do you feel like you know, the misrepresentations of the Josie Wong arrest you know, got to you as well? I mean, I'm just a nobody. I'm an average citizen, but you guys are empowered to represent our interests of the public, and that must make you feel really you know, alarmed and mad. And so I guess it comes down to, we need to reassess the role of these public information officers. I would support defunding them, and you know, obviously in my role as a private citizen would support you know, lawsuits from the ACLU and whatever that you know, would maybe aim at some sort of consent decree about how the sheriff's department is going to provide truthful and accurate information to the public. And that's the end.
Thank you. And before we move to the next speaker, we do have an announcement in
Buenos días. Si necesita una traducción en español a sus comentarios, simplemente diga la palabra en español y cuando termine sus comentarios, alguien traducirá sus comentarios al inglés. Gracias.
Thank you. And our next public comment will come from Vic Norman. Please go ahead with your comment, Vic. Okay, we'll come back to you, Vic. Next, Michelle Infante. Please go ahead with your comment.
Hi, good morning, everyone. You know, you need to write what it is. It's scandalous what the department is doing. They're not transparent. They're not accountable. You've known this for years. It's been going on for centuries. These families come to you and they cry with pain and anguish. And then you have people jump on here, or commissioners suggesting that these families shouldn't be using the language they're using. It's frustrating to sit back and watch after the last 6 years, a department, when it changes from one administration to another, to continuously be able to harass families, and that retaliation and intimidation and deputy gangs, you can't even use the right language for what's going on. It's painful to sit back and watch this and see that, I don't know, politically, that your hands are tied. It's frustrating. These families are in pain. And all the department can do is come out and lie to the OIG, to the community, to you as a commission, and your hands are tied and there's nothing you can do. You need to make your message scandalous, and it needs to be factual. And there's no reason why you can't apply everything that you know from over the last 3 years to whatever it is that you're trying to make right now. I would implore you to please make your ad hoc committee and your report as scandalous as possible, because the facts are out there. And I think the people, you know, by watching these people and listening to them, that they're tired of it. And they're looking at you to make that representation for them. And so I implore you to please use the language and all the facts that you have to represent what is really going on in the community.
Thank you. And the next public comment will go back to Vic Norman. You are unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment, Vic.
Been waiting for some phone call that's supposed to be there, but I don't know if I can be heard at all.
Vic, you are being heard right now. Yes, we hear you. Please go ahead with your comment. Okay, maybe he's not able to hear us. Next, we'll go ahead with Gina Viola. Please go ahead with your comment.
Thank you. It's just so troubling how long we've actually seen the sheriff's department do what it needs to quell protest and assembly. And one place that you can look to for a historical example is at the Jackie Lacey protests that have been happening once a week for almost 3 years. It will be 3 years that we have been there weekly this October, and the sheriffs, have done all that they can to prevent us from assembling peacefully there. And now that the protests have grown in such a size, the outrageous setup of the sheriffs is egregious. They are there as early as maybe 1 o'clock when we don't start until 3, assembling blocks all the way around. It is just an outrageous show of the funding and the waste of funding and the waste of monies for a peaceful assembly that happens week after week. And I am grateful that there is footage online, and I would hope that something actually does get done. But the sheriff's department is in the habit of actively stonewalling any attempts to look into its inner workings. I mean, a former sheriff, Lee Baca, is currently in prison for his role in blocking the FBI investigation into him. And this current sheriff, Villanueva, has defied subpoenas from this Civilian Oversight Commission to testify about the jail conditions during COVID. So I'm really troubled about how we move forward in any type of accountability and transparency, and how we are going to hold anyone responsible for anything that happens that the sheriffs do. Thank you.
Thank you. And our next comment will come from Berenice Onofre. Please go ahead with your comment.
Good morning.
Good morning. Please go ahead.
I am a county resident for over 50 years. I know it's not your decision, but I have a concern for the demographics of this commission. So therefore, I urge you to be objective in your assessment and your investigation and decisions. I would also like to hear that you're investigating the violence against Latinos. I have not heard any of that, but it does occur a lot. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next comment will come from Joseph Maslich. Please go ahead with your comment, Joseph.
I'll pass on this one. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And the next comment will come from TK. Let me find you really quick. Okay, TK, you are unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment.
Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you. Please go ahead.
I'd like to discuss the ongoing harassment by the Sheriff's Department, the families, particularly the Anthony Vargas family, the Ryan Twyman family, the Dijon Kizzy family, Andres Gordardo family. Actually, the night Dijon was murdered, they left his body in the street for 18 hours, wouldn't let the family go cover it, and they were harassing, intimidating all the people that were there in justice for Dijon. On September 5th, there was no unlawful dispersal orders, and they actually shot at family members. a family member was hit by rubber bullets. I myself was got gassed with pepper spray, and I have a health condition. Was no order to disperse. A 7-year-old also got gassed. Also, I wanted to mention, since my two items got crossed and I was interrupted, as far as the 2 deputies that were impacted, it's just strange how that video came out immediately the day that incident happened, but families that are impacted by police violence wait months and years for video and autopsies and reports. Also, the ACLU has class action lawsuits against the violence of the sheriff's department against peaceful protesters. And I also want to acknowledge the trauma and pain of these families, and the continued harassment of them by the sheriff's department is unacceptable. We need to definitely somehow figure a way to curb this violence of the sheriff's department and look into the police gangs that are running the neighborhoods or trying to run the neighborhoods and inciting violence every day in the community. I think the violence is on part of the sheriff's department and not the community, and we need to look at that a lot more closely. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next comment will come from Adriana Quinones. Please go ahead with your comment, Adriana. Adriana Quinones, you are unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Good morning. I have a lot of concerns. The major concern that I have, and many members of my community of Hacienda Heights, is that there seems to be a political battle between Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors and Sheriff Villanueva. That is not helping our communities at all. So that needs to stop. They need to start talking to one another, develop a partnership. What I would suggest is that an advisory board be done in every community composed of local residents, local law enforcement, and local elected officials. That is working in our community. We work very closely with law enforcement. They are very transparent. We have monthly meetings as to what is going on in our community. They listen to our concerns. So I would suggest that we go back to basics and talk about that. One thing that is really bothering me is that the Oversight Committee, most of the members are very negative towards the law enforcement. That is absolutely not acceptable, as they are there to represent all members of our communities. I lived in Laurel Heights, and I did see police brutality for many years. There's ways of addressing that, but the community needs to step up. We need to really work on local resolution rather than having political appointees or having all this lack of partnership between all of the agencies. I would also like to see the Community Oversight Committee do these meetings during the evening when people are actually home. During the morning is not a good time for the rest of us. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And next we will have Vic Norman. Please go ahead and comment, Vic.
Okay, I hope you can hear me now.
We hear you.
Can you?
Hear you. Please go ahead.
Okay, fine. Yeah, listen, I've had audio problems this morning on with WebEx. So my question, I think, first of all, thank you for letting me speak, and thank you for your service. I'm sure you all seem to be very well-meaning, bright people. This was the first meeting I ever listened to or attended of your commission. So yesterday, after I registered, I took a look at the documents that were attached to the meeting, and I found myself being quite disturbed. The letter in question was the one that I believe the OIG Huntsman sent to Sheriff Villanueva last May, I believe, in 2019, about his lack of attendance at these meetings. And I thought that was odd because this is supposed to be a sheriff's oversight commission. I'm from New York, and we have a very, very powerful civilian oversight commission of the NYPD. And I know this from experience because I have some experience with NYPD as a civilian observer for many years, and also having interned at One Police Plaza during my attending law school. And so I thought that you, the commission, might actually have some powers of enforcement over requiring the attendance of Villanueva, and I believe you said you would subpoena him. I don't know what happened after that, but I've listened to you for a while now.
Thank you. Thank you, Vic, and that concludes your time, okay? And the next comment will come from James Grant. Please go ahead with your comment, James.
Yeah. Good morning, commissioners and Mr. Huntsman. I do not know if you and I met when I was on staff at the Inspector General for the Los Angeles Police Commission. In the 1970s, late 1970s, I worked for the Santa Monica Evening Outlook. And of course, as I just mentioned, later years, I worked for the Inspector General and the LAPD. On both occasions, there was a media guide for dealing with the press. There were also policies and procedures in place, and officers were trained as part of academy training on dealing with the press. With what I'm seeing now with the attack on the KPCC reporter, Mr. Huntsman, I'm asking, do those policies still exist? And what are they at present? That's it. Conclude my remarks, unless you have questions for me.
Thank you very much, sir. And the next comment will come from Carlene Goyer. Please go ahead with your comment, Carlene.
Hi, can you hear me? My name is Carlene Galler.
Yes, please go ahead.
My name is Carlene Galler. I'm from my own law firm, the Law Office of Carlene Galler, and I'm a lawyer for Southern California Public Radio, KPCC, LAS, the employer and news organization of Josie Wang. I can answer the last commenter's question by telling them that, in fact, the LASD Handbook Manual of Policy and Procedure, Section 3-01/080.16, photography, audio, and videotaping by the public and press, does exist. What doesn't exist, apparently, is good training for the deputies who are in a very tense situation. That's admitted. But in this situation, where Josie Wang was there, performing an essential service, a public service, as a journalist, trying to record the protests that were occurring after the press conference she attended for the sheriff, where they chose to have that press conference on the grounds of St. Francis Medical Center. She was brutally arrested for doing exactly what this manual section says that she should be able to do. And if they have problems with it, they need to call a supervisor. That's what their policy manual says. I'm really grateful to the Inspector General for being so on top of all of this. I'm grateful for the supervisor for referring it to him for investigation. I'm grateful that the Inspector General is putting this together with all the other assaults on the journalists, trying to inform the public about these protests, as to how the public is being served by a very important law enforcement agency, by deputies that carry guns. What happened to Ms. Wang is an example of how journalists are being treated day by day this summer, because these protests have been going on day by day. And in any case, I'm sure that my time is up here. I just want to say that I appreciate the fact that we are in an investigatory stage. I appreciate the fact that the Inspector General is looking into it. I appreciate that Chairwoman Ruben has referred this to County Council. I am concerned that County Council represents the Sheriff's Department too.
Thank you. And the last public comment will come from Audrey George. Please go ahead with your comment, Audrey.
Yes, this is not the first time I have brought up the Jackie Lacey protests. I've been going for the close to 3 years, almost every single week that they've been protesting. I feel sometimes like you don't understand what we're describing as sheriff harassment. You know, in a protest where we started out being able to protest, maybe 20 yards away from the front door of the Hall of Injustice, on the courtyard, and now having been over years pushed out to the street, not even the stairs, but the street. And to see the sheriffs blocking off two blocks either direction, and so heavily armed and with all of their vehicles ready to take prisoners and their riot gear. And I think the only way that you can understand what we go through, how this traumatizes the families that come every week to speak of their pain, is to go. You know, I don't think I've ever seen any of you commissioners at one of these protests. You need to go and see for yourself the militarization of this response to legal protest. And there's never once been violence there. There's never once been a violent incident. Not one protester in this Black Lives Matter led event every week has committed violence against law enforcement or any other person. You need to come. I challenge you to come and see for yourself and then tell me that you don't care.
Thank you. And we do have one last public comment coming from Publius. Publius, please go ahead with your comment.
Okay, thank you. I strongly recommend the immediate, can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you. Please go ahead.
I strongly recommend the immediate removal of Sheriff Alex Villanueva as a danger to the community. I believe it's your responsibility to take care of this. You're the oversight. You need to do more. You're not doing enough. By Sheriff Villanueva approving the illegal arrest of a journalist and his continued support of known sheriff's gang members working as criminals under the color of authority, Mr. Villanueva poses a grave threat to the safety and well-being of citizens throughout Los Angeles County. We demand the removal of Alex Villanueva and an investigation by the FBI of the arrest and persecution of journalist Jose Huang from the award-winning public radio station KPCC, and the ongoing FBI investigation of corruption by Deputy Alex Villanueva and the corruption of known deputy gangs in LA County as being investigated by the FBI currently. I also believe if this oversight committee doesn't remove Alex Villanueva as a sheriff by next month's meeting, the FBI should investigate possible corruption within this civilian oversight group. Also, I do believe what someone else asked, requested that these meetings should be in the evenings or at least alternate from a daytime meeting once a month to being on a weekend another time or alternating to the evening so working people can attend as well. And why isn't the sheriff here? This is really a problem. So I challenge you to rise to your responsibility of your position on this committee and take every action possible to remove Alex Villanueva as sheriff before next month. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And Chair Rubin, this does conclude our public comment on this item.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate all of the public comment. But in addition, I want to recognize Carleen Gawler for her insight and certainly her reference to the sheriff's policy on dealing with journalists, which of course we haven't yet been informed of. But separate and apart from that, I think that I had requested county council to come back next month with a memorandum, an assessment of what is appropriate for the for law enforcement and for the sheriffs to conduct during public demonstrations. I had neglected, in order for county council to do this, we have to take a vote authorizing that. So if we can go ahead, Ingrid, and take a vote from all of the commissioners requesting that county council come back within 30 days with a discussion of what is constitutional that the sheriff can do at public demonstrations.
Commissioner Bonner? Commissioner Bonner?
I vote yay.
Commissioner Giggins? Commissioner Harris?
Oh, did you hear me? Did you hear my yes? I'm sorry, Jennifer.
It's okay. Commissioner Harris?
Yes.
Commissioner Ochin?
Yes.
Rubin? Commissioner Thompson?
Yes.
Commissioner Tolentino? And Vice Chair Vera?
Yes.
All right, thank you very much. I think that unless Commissioner Vera has an additional question, I think it's appropriate that we take a 15-minute recess. Did you want to say something before then?
Madam Chair, very quickly, it's pertinent to the topic we just voted on. Just wanted to follow up with Ms. Guller's comment as well about the possible conflict of county council. I think they give us excellent advice, but I do agree with her that there are occasions where we may be freer of conflicts if we were to have separate counsel to advise us on certain issues. It's come up in some of the discussions of our ad hoc committee, our subpoena ad hoc committee. So I'm not sure what the proper procedure to explore that, whether to ask our executive director to see how that would come about, whether we would need separate budgetary authority for something like that, whether he feels like he already has that. But I wanted to raise the issue because I think it is coming up again and again.
I think that's a great suggestion. I know that this, the question of this has been raised on other matters, and I believe that during the remainder of our meeting today, we could inquire of Ms. Zuderweg what county council's position is on that and how we can explore that. So with that, I think we'll defer that and take a 15-minute break. Thank you. Jennifer, it's 11:15. I'd like to get started. Great.
Awesome. The commissioners could turn on your camera so we could just make sure that you're available.
Right.
Hey, Jennifer, this is Commissioner Harris. I am here.
Oh, awesome. Thank you, Commissioner Harris.
Great.
And do we have Commissioner Tolentino? We see you now. Yes, looking good.
Yes. That's great.
Commissioner Bonner and Ochin, if you are in front of your computers, can you turn your camera on for?
I'm here.
Awesome, thank you. Okay, it looks like we're just waiting for Commissioner Bonner, but you can go ahead and take the floor, Lael.
Thank you. Thanks everybody for coming back on time. There is a resolution in support of an independent investigation of deaths that occur as a result of use of force by the Sheriff's Department. That is agenda item 2C. Rather than discussing the resolution that is attached to the agenda, I think our newly created ad hoc committee should take a look at this issue and report back to us soon. Certainly by the next meeting. This was one of the issues that was raised across the board at our town hall meeting on September the 3rd, that it was, how can the sheriff investigate himself? There have been 8 officer-involved deaths or officer-involved shootings resulting in a death since May, and the question is, should they be investigated by an outside agency? Certainly the ad hoc committee on use of force and Commissioner Bonner had made several suggestions during their review and recommendation, but this is a specific resolution that if the ad hoc committee agrees and it comes back to the commission, would actually go to the Board of Supervisors, a resolution to them to affirmatively seek outside investigation. So unless somebody wants to discuss this issue now, I think that we should refer it to the ad hoc. Priscilla, you indicate you want to speak on this issue?
Yes. So now that I'm a new member of this ad hoc committee, this is a rare occasion where we can see if there are any questions or things that the commission would like us specifically to consider as we, do the revisions, if any, to the resolution. So I'd be interested to know if there are any specific areas that we should consider without, specifically discussing the resolution, but if there are particular questions that folks have or, issues that they want us to consider as we're revising.
I think that's a great suggestion. Hernan, did you have something you wanted to add in here?
Just very quickly, thank you. And I apologize if I missed it, but just to get a little bit more context about this, who drafted it? Was it already worked on by several commissioners? I like what I'm seeing in this resolution, and I wish we could have moved quickly on this to get it to the supervisors, but I respect the need for more process. But what's the background on how this came about? Not in terms of the town hall, but in terms of how this was written or put together.
Well, I think it's very clear it was drafted by Mr. Williams and his staff. And as a result, and as I said earlier, as a result of some discussion at the September 3rd town hall meeting, and in light of the recommendations that had been made by Commissioner Bonner in his use of force recommendations, I did take a look at it. And I know it's a difficult issue for everybody. I know that without giving any secrets away, the sheriff will not be happy with this. But I think it's incumbent upon us as a commission, in terms of doing our job, that we take a strong stand. So I don't know if that answers your question.
Can I suggest, if there's general agreement on it, since it reflects recommendations that we have already approved, that perhaps we can prove it today? I mean, if there's one or two very strong objections that want to wordsmith it, then I don't suggest that we do that now, but perhaps there's already consensus on this, Madam Chair.
I don't see, I think that's a great suggestion. I just also wanted to obviate the need to spend a great length of time doing the wordsmithing, but we can talk about it in general terms. And I think that's a great suggestion.
Yeah, I'm ready to move it unless someone strongly wants to take this back to a committee for further wordsmithing. I'm ready to move this, move its approval.
If I could be heard, man.
Rob, go.
Muted. In any event, if anyone hears me, I'll go ahead.
Commissioner,
Look,
do you
I
hear
actually
you? Please
think
speak.
1 and 2, we should just go on right now. All right, let me try again. I'm just responding to Commissioner Vera. I believe that we are ready to go forward on recommendations 1 and 2. On the third recommendation, I'd like to defer on that because it's limited to qualified immunity. And the Bill of Rights, Police Officers' Bill of Rights needs to be amended in a number of ways. I think maybe the Use of Force Committee should look at number 3. And I say that because the real issue with POBAR is, and related statutes, is how can it be easier to hold deputies accountable through the discipline process than it currently is. Qualified immunity only applies, as you know, to civil rights actions under 1983 and federal court. And it's not that we've recommended that we do away with qualified immunity, but that's a very, very small thing. So on the third issue, I'd like to refer that to the Use of Force Ad Hoc Committee. And on the first 2 issues, at least I would be prepared to vote on those today, and I support them.
Okay, that's great. Unless there's input from anybody else, I would certainly.
Yeah, this is Commissioner Harris.
Yes.
I would like to agree with Commissioner Bonner on that one. I think we could act on 1 and 2 today. One thing that concerns me about this resolution, as in all resolutions, and I know this is how things are done in the political world, but it's putting a lot of disparate type topics into one resolution. So you sometimes may feel strongly one way or another on one item, and on another item be totally opposed to it, but yet you're put into a position where it's a vote up or down on the entire package. I would hope we would do resolutions on a single topic, because again, the 3 things that are in this resolution, having the family assistance plan in this resolution, I don't see where that has a lot to do with the investigation of uses of force, and also the issue of particularly Peace Officer Bill of Rights and qualified immunity. I mean, those things are they're not the same thing. So I am fine with 1 and 2. Although I have to say, I am very disappointed in the first one, not from our commission's point of view, but I think it started out as a much stronger piece of legislation than what it ended up as. And it might be a good first start, but it certainly is not where we need to be by a long shot. But I agree with Commissioner Bonner. You know, I think we should take 3 off, and that needs some further work. And then we could, again, attempt another resolution later once the Use of Force Committee has a look at it. That's into my comment.
Patty? Yeah, thank you. I'm concerned about the way 2 is worded, that it's LASD coordinates for regular meetings of the FAP collaborative. And it's very confusing about who was really in charge of that, because it was I know that the IG was involved, all the departments are involved. So I'm concerned about the direction and also again, how does this, it's connected, but it's not as connected in terms of calling for investigations. So I am concerned about the mixing of resolution metaphors, so to speak, as expressed by Commissioner Harris.
Commissioner.
So, you know, I'm prepared to move the resolution. I do hear what folks are saying in terms of the number of topics that are being covered. But even if they were separate resolutions, I'd be prepared to support a resolution calling for the funding and actualization of the Family Assistance Program, as well as independent investigations of killings by sheriff's deputies. So I would also add, I think we should have investigations to of folks who die in custody. There are often circumstances that are questionable, and the same challenges, or even more so, are present because we don't have a lot of information about what happens on the inside, although there is some recordings. So I would add in custody deaths. The second issue I have is related to the point that Commissioner Giggins made, which was when we passed the Family Assistance Program resolution, one of the things that we were very concerned about was that this was not housed within LASD because of concerns about credibility and just taking into account how families would feel having to go to the very agency that took the life of their loved one for support. So I think the wording that suggests that LASD coordinate this is wrong. That we should have a separate county entity, and I think we had identified the Department of Mental Health or others to lead this interdisciplinary body, the Family Assistance Working Group, but that it would not be led by LASD. So I think the idea of LASD coordinating should be stricken from that resolution.
It looks to me, Madam Chair, that there are enough comments here that we need to refer this to.
Yeah,
I withdraw my motion.
Yeah, I think that's probably a good idea. But I do think that we probably need to have public comment on this issue before we send it out. But I would hope that we move expeditiously, because it's important that we take a stand as strongly as possible, and as Commissioner Vera said, as soon as possible. Patty, did you have something?
I just wanted to add that I think it's with the support of this body, I think that the resolution ad hoc should come up with a protocol so that we don't get bogged down on, things being too confusing or mixed up. So I'm hoping that that this body would support us doing that, also that kind of work of what is our protocol for our form? What is the form for our resolutions?
I think that's a great idea.
Yeah.
You're muted, Leo.
Sorry. We need public comment on this issue, and then we will refer it to the ad hoc committee. And I would urge members of the public, this is going to be your opportunity to talk on this issue, knowing that it's going to be reviewed by an ad hoc committee, because they will welcome your input as well. So Jennifer, how many requests to speak are there?
We currently 8 individuals signed up.
Okay, why don't we go ahead and do that, and then we will move this to our ad hoc committee.
Thank you. And before we take the first speaker, an announcement in Spanish.
Si gustaría traducción en español para sus comentarios, por favor dígala en español y alguien va a traducir sus comentarios cuando termine. Gracias.
Thank you. And our first comment will come from Carlos Montes. Please go ahead with your comment, Carlos.
Yes, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Oh, okay. Yeah, my name is Carlos Montes. I graduated from Garfield High School. I lived for many years in East LA. What they call it, Chicano activist for justice. I moved out of East LA, Wall Heights, because I got tired of harassing and the occupying force of the East LA sheriffs. I've been growing up in East LA. I was harassed. I was beaten. I was arrested many times. I've been in the East LA sheriff's jail. I've been in the county jail, beat up in there. And I'm still looking for justice. So I totally agree with your motion or your resolution. I read it last night, and I believe it says you want to have the AG, Attorney General, State of California, investigate the sheriffs. I totally agree with that because I'm totally disappointed with Jackie Lacey. She needs to be voted out because she has done nothing to investigate the killings by the sheriffs and the brutality that has been going on for 40, 50, 60 years. I remember in 1967 protesting at the East LA Sheriff's Station on the killing of a young man. And it continues today, whether it's Anthony Vargas, Paul Rea, you know, and Edwin Rodriguez. Everybody forgets about Edwin Rodriguez, a young man sitting in his car after work, not even doing anything, being pulled out and shot in the back of the head, shot in the back by the sheriffs, the gang. There was a gang there, and Sheriff Villanueva is covering up for the gangs, supporting the gangs, supporting the brutality, the murder. Jackie Lacey ain't done nothing about it. And you all don't have a lot of power to do it. You know, I'm glad that you're voicing your concerns, you're having public comment, etc. But we need the Attorney General to investigate the sheriffs. And in my view, they need to be prosecuted, fired, thrown out. They are the ones that should be in jail, not our people. You know, when Kamala Harris was the AG, we wrote letters to her, we called her, and she did investigate some departments in California.
Thank you. And that does conclude your time. The next speaker will be Michelle Infante. Please go ahead with your comment, Michelle.
Oh, shoot, I was going to yield my time. All right. With regards to use of force, it's scary to think that the detectives are allowed to, it's scary that they're allowed to have hours and hours to manipulate crime scenes. I think that if you ever had the opportunity to read depositions of some of these settlements, you will find stories in there where officers start talking about and pathologists start talking about how deputies can wrap a blanket around someone and beat someone up and injure them internally. And then the sheriff's department is allowed to say or set up someone as a suicide. And then the county coroner goes in and only does an external exam without doing an internal exam. With the sheriff's department, here's what I would say. Alex Villanueva, you need to step up to the plate and show up to all of the Civilian Oversight Commission meetings. I'm not asking you to do anything monetarily. I'm asking you to do it ethically with some morals and accountability and transparency. That's something that you can give the community and the commission for free, because your uniform is not only looking green and tan from the front side, but your backside is starting to look yellow when you don't show up.
Thank you. And the next comment will come from Publius. Please go ahead with your comment.
Yes, thank you so much. I agree with what Mr. Huntsman said previously about the rule of law. That's crucial, and we are not seeing that happen. I encourage all of you to do everything you can to protect the public. I believe that's what you're here for. And I reiterate that I believe the sheriff's deputies, as tracked in the LA Times, numerous articles, are corrupt. These are common criminals posing as officers. They are people who should be fired, prosecuted, and put in prison or jail for their criminal activities. It's completely outrageous that these criminals are posing as officers. These gangs are currently being investigated by the FBI. This is well known, and I want you to participate in any way you can to help remove these corrupt officers who have been killing, shooting people in the back. We were raised with the idea that that's cowardly to shoot someone in the back. These people should never be doing this. So these are criminal gangs known to be wearing uniforms, posing as officers, and Alex Villanueva is in charge of them, and he's covering it up and supporting them. So he is the first person that needs to be removed, charged, prosecuted, and then they need to continue to investigate all of these criminal gangs that are posing as officers and posing a grave threat to all of us. Thank you so much for your work. I really appreciate the work all of you are doing. And I only said before that people should be investigated if nothing is happening, because I don't know much about this commission, but I believe it's your responsibility to check the powers, and the powers are out of control. So the rule of law must be enforced, and it clearly hasn't been done yet. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. And the next comment will come from Julie Martinez. Please go ahead with your comment.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Yes, I think it's extremely important that the COC understand that the problems that exist within the sheriff department are too big, and we need an outside investigation. We already understand that the FBI identifies the sheriff department as having criminal internal gangs and are investigating it. We already know that we as a community have been complaining for years that there have been internal gangs that exist so far back at East LA Station, for example, that the community has identified as Villanueva being part of the East LA gang. In addition to that, when we complained in the past that there were gangs, nobody really believed us. Who would have thought that within a month that Sheriff Villanueva identified 26 gang members within East LA Station and is considering firing or processing some type of complaint against his own officers. When the community speaks, please listen. This problem is too large and too big for any type of internal investigation into these deaths and murders by the sheriff department. Outside help is needed. Many in the community have been raising this issue for years, that the Attorney General of California must be forced into taking over the sheriff department. We already know the former sheriff is in jail, Baca. There is the level of racism that exists within the sheriff department cannot be fixed overnight. We need the Attorney General. We need to put pressure. We understand that the Attorney General is reluctant to do this. We would hope that your body can be that catalyst for change to force the Attorney General to take over the Sheriff's Department. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And the next comment will come from Jacqueline Venters. Please go ahead with your comment, Jacqueline.
Yes, I just wanted to say that the Sheriff Department has been disrespectful to your agency, MRT, and the Office of Inspector General. Just last July, Sergeant John Gutierrez refused to do an investigation after having all the documentation showing that Timnell Billis was innocent of the crime that they charged him of, and told me that if he wasn't doing anything after the request from Mac Huntsman's office. And it's really sad that they're allowed to get away with this. Mac Huntsman, to my understanding, you have subpoenaed things from their office also, and they refuse to send them. I'm just wondering how these things be handled. Right now, today, with my case, it's old, but I never allowed it to get cold because first my trust and faith was in God of the shooting of my son, Tanel Billups, 5 times in the back by Deputy Gonzalo Azusa that had shot 4 people already. I knew the gangs was real because I witnessed it firsthand with my son leaving from court, getting back to the county jail where they had already called back there and told him who he was, and they had him jump. They jumped him. And the retaliation went on based on a lie that this deputy did. How are they allowed to investigate themselves when they don't? This is why my son is in jail right now, because they don't investigate themselves. This is the second, third, fourth attempt to get an investigation, and they have the documentation, which came from them excluding him from this gun that they planted. That whistleblower that I know that's a deputy here in our city, he told my son's whole story from the beginning to the end. Everything that he said that they did, that's what they did to my child. And he needs to come home. How long is it going to take for these things to be overturned? I'm waiting on the public defender's documentation that he's been waiting 9 years for, and they're going to give it to me. And I want to put it in you guys' hand and see what you guys are going to do with it, showing the innocence of him and unjust, not over in the sheriff's department, but in the courtroom.
Thank you. Thank you. And the next public comment will come from Tupe Asista. Please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Tupe, and I've been hearing the last couple of people speak, and I totally agree with how do the police and the and I totally there needs an of order as far as what agencies should be allowed to police them, because this is not fair to the public and the citizens and taxpayers that they get to use our money to pay off for the crimes that they do. They don't get held accountable. I have a loved one now sitting in Men's Central Jail, Henry Gilbert, who's been harassed, bullied, and jumped by the Men's Central deputy sheriffs, and he's still sitting in jail since for the past 3 years, and no one's done anything to help him. And every time he goes to court, he's being harassed by several deputies. They're not being held accountable. I go on your guys' website every so often to Max Hutzman's OIG department to file complaints every single time, and I feel like an idiot because I feel like, how am I filing a complaint against the people who I'm complaining about? It doesn't have any. I don't feel good about this because every time I file a complaint, my loved one gets harassed or he gets bullied or his mail doesn't get sent out, and it's just ridiculous. This is like childish games, and they're getting paid to do this to our loved ones in jail, and it's just not fair. And we do need a change of order, and somebody needs to step in to help our loved ones. This is just not right, and I'm tired of this stuff. I'm tired of sitting over here filing complaints online, and all I'm getting that they're taking care of it. Why am I taking care of it for that? Because every time I turn around and get a phone call back from my loved one, it's something else happening, and I'm afraid for his life. And what's next? I get a call that he's dead. This is craziness.
Thank you. The next public comment will come TK. Please go ahead with your comment, TK.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, please.
So we absolutely need an independent investigation on police violence and murder. It's been going on for decades. Police were founded in slave catching. The Attorney General absolutely needs to get involved. We need to also hold the sheriff and the DA accountable along with the deputies for being complicit with police sanctioned violence and crimes against humanity. We need to fire Villanueva. We need to defund the police. This is why we say defund the police, for their ongoing decades of police murder and abuse and harassment in Black and brown communities. And we need to put those resources into our community for mental health workers, housing coordinators, healthcare, education, youth programs, and food resources. And in addition, the families that are impacted, the continued harassment of these families is unacceptable. And they're waiting literally months, days, and years for autopsy reports, videos, any report relating to the case. And so I don't understand how 2 deputies can be impacted, and that video comes out the same day, but you got family members that are, their loved one's been murdered, and they don't even have access. And in fact, the thing about covering up how Dijon Kesey's body laid in the street for 18 hours was them covering up the police murder. They were, that crime scene was his body laid in the street for 18 hours so they could cover up their dirty work, how they murdered Dijon. And this goes on with almost every case. So they tried to, Andres Guardado, same thing. The videos weren't released. They probably edited them. They hid them. The families weren't able to receive them. The ongoing police gang involvement needs to be uncovered, and they just need to be defunded and shut down.
Thank you for that comment. And Chair Rubin, this does conclude our public comments on this item.
Okay, thank you. I think that what we certainly heard is that there is a lot of public support for the basic idea behind the resolution, which is to request that the Attorney General come in on this investigation, and that it is something that the Board of Supervisors should have a hand in. So with that, I refer this to the ad hoc committee to fine tune the resolution, and also, as Patty Giggins suggested, really to come up with a protocol about how resolutions are, what they should be comprised of, and how to operate from there. I think it was a good suggestion. Yes, Priscilla.
So I just had a question for you and for the commission about a practice that we had started some time ago, and then I think, just urgency of issues kind of got in the way. But we had initially discussed, when we had reports, having an informational item and voting on it. And that we haven't been doing that recently. And I think this discussion, demonstrates why that's a good practice. So we've been able to hear the concerns, make revisions, and then bring the item back before the commission.
Right.
So I don't know if we want to, I'm just putting it out there, if it's something that we want to go back to, or if we don't think it's necessary. But I do think it's good for us to actually be able to discuss things rather than having the sort of, pressure of having to make a decision one way or the other as we're trying to edit a document.
Right. I think that's a good suggestion and a good way of operating. And frankly, I think the discussion both this morning on the resolution on violence raised issues about how we ought to proceed. And I think that discussions on how we go about making a request for an independent investigation, it gives everybody an opportunity, at least in this forum, to express some views. But because of the Brown Act, we can't do it any other way. So it's kind of a combines both methods here. Mr. Williams, did you have anything that you wanted to add to this at this point?
No, we'll make sure that we'll assign a member of our staff, not sure who that's going to be just yet, to this ad hoc committee, but we're hoping to have this committee meet rather soon.
That's, I think that's a great idea. I think that the next item on the agenda is agenda item 2D, discussion and update regarding the sheriff's efforts to address COVID-19 issues in the jail, and a draft report which has been attached to the agenda. As you know, from all of the times that the subject of COVID-19 in the jail has been on our agenda, and the input that we've had, it is still not complete. And it's fair to say that while this pandemic continues and people are getting sick in a variety of ways, that even though there is a draft report, I would request that you believe it to be not a final report, because we're going to continue to have input on it. With that said, I don't know if members of the commission have any comments on the draft report, the 11 pages plus exhibits and attachments that have been included on the agenda. Whether you want to have input at this point in time. I will say that one of the things that we all felt very strongly about is that, and especially in light of the fact that we recently learned the population in the jail is on the upswing again. The sheriff had gone from reducing the jail population from, I believe, 17,000 down to 12. Now it's moving up again. And many folks believe that even if it were to remain at 12, considering the physical layout in the jail, and that there really is no way of safely protecting so many inmates. So one of the recommendations that you can see at the end of the draft report is that there continues to be a reduction in jail population. We also believe that there is too much of an ad hoc response to different operations in different jail facilities. There is no uniform protocol across the board. We've learned of some significant concern of how correctional health and the sheriff are really working together or not. So that, I mean, what you see in this report is where we are at the present time, but it's hard to think that it will ultimately be finished while we continue to have so many issues, and you know, the least of which goes to the courts being open, transportation, the lack of sufficient video equipment, and the list goes on. So I open it up for comments, certainly from members of the COVID-19 ad hoc committee, first of all, and then from other commissioners. Priscilla, did you have something you wanted to add?
I think you did a great job of summarizing the work that we've done and the report. I want to thank Daniel Deladio for all of the work that he's done in helping the committee do its work. One of the things that I want to underscore that you said that we heard from nearly everyone, there was universal agreement that the population is too large to be safely housed. That not only does it endanger the people who are being held in LA County facilities, it endangers the staff, it endangers the sworn staff, the civilian staff, and it endangers the community. There have been a number, at least one that I'm aware of, a study out of Cook County, Illinois, that found that jails were responsible for significant community spread of COVID-19. Because of the lack of control of the virus within jails, and then people are released. And in this case, in LA County, we don't test people upon release. So folks could be positive when they go home and spread that to their friends and family and their broader community. And so in order to mitigate that, the bottom line is we have to reduce the population. Of course, there's already been a population reduction of about 30% since February or March of this year, but that's just the beginning of the work. And so we're, as the report notes, calling on county justice partners, the district attorney's office, the Office of Diversion and Reentry, the sheriff's department, and the courts to move more aggressively to identify people who are eligible to be eligible for release. And I also want to add something that, and lift up something that Supervisor Mark Ridley Thomas said, in line with our concerns about folks with mental health. That should be a priority, making sure that folks are released into community care where they can be adequately supported. And we also want to be mindful of the county's commitment to anti-racism and ensuring that whatever releases occur, and they need to occur, are done in equitable fashion. So I want to thank, again, our staff for their assistance. And I want to also thank you, Commissioner and Chair Rubin, who not only chairs this commission now, but also is chairing the COVID-19 committee. And has really been, you've really been wonderful about making sure that we meet frequently, that we hear from folks who have direct knowledge of what's going on, and that we lift up what's happening inside of the jails, because at this point, there are no visitors, there's no programming, and so the folks who are most directly impacted have the least access to information and the least ability to share what's happening.
Thank you, and I'm so glad you mentioned all of the work that Daniel Delgadillo did. I mean, has been the life force behind this ad hoc committee with his hard work and dedication, and we wouldn't have gotten to this point without his tremendous support and help. And I think that one of the things that you mentioned in terms of Commissioner Ochin about people in jail not having visitors, the attorneys can't go. So there is no way for them to speak with their attorney unless they go to court, which presents other issues, or unless there is developed some confidential way of communicating with their attorney, either by telephone or video. And so, you know, you go back and you ask, we need to reduce the jail population. Sean Kennedy, who is an important member of this ad hoc committee, was unavoidably not here today. Commissioner Harris, I don't know if you wanted to add anything at this point. I don't know if we can get to Commissioner Harris. He had some some connectivity issue. If he does wish to add his voice, he certainly knows how to let us know that. At this point, is there any input or any questions from any of the commissioners?
Oh, sorry. I do have one other thing. And Commissioner Chair Rubin, I think, you know, we had discussed this. As the report currently reads, starting on page, I think it's 2. The header is coordination between LASD and Correctional Health Services, and the first line says that CHS and LASD appear to work collaboratively on significant aspects of COVID-19 operations. I don't believe that the committee believes that to be true conclusively, given new information that we've received. So I just want to kind of lift that up, that there are some concerns that there isn't enough coordination between public health, CHS, and the Sheriff's Department, because as Chair Rubin said, things seem to be more in an ad hoc fashion without clear coordination between the two entities. Although we did hear from Assistant Sheriff Bruce Chase that he believes they are working collaboratively, but we've also received information to the contrary.
Commissioner Vera.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the commissioners that worked on this. I think it's a great report, and I just want to register my frustration with us not being able to prove it today. It has strong recommendations. The recommendation to decrease the population is important. It's needed now. It needs to get to the supervisors now. Same thing happened with our immigration report where we took over 2 years. I mean, we're making the perfect the enemy of the good. I was ready to vote on this. I don't know what else we need on it. So I appreciate that if we can make any report better, of course, but we need to move on this. I hear from the community every week on this issue, and I think we should have been in a position to prove this today.
Thank you for that. I happen to agree with that, so thank you for that. Patty?
You're muted, Patty.
Embedded in the report are recommendations, more masks, more coordination, reduce the population. I read in the letter from the court that they have a zero bail policy in the court. Is that still true for misdemeanors and lesser felonies? If that is that still true? If that is still true, I am curious on where the increase is coming from when we're supposed to be focusing on a downward spiral. And one of the things that I've been thinking about, I don't know if this is going to be helpful at all, but I know we've heard from CCS, we've heard from Sybil Brandt, we heard, we've had reports, but we've also heard from, I think is it Deputy Sheriff Chase? I don't know what his, yeah, about how sometimes, yeah, he sometimes doesn't know. He was very frank sometimes when he said, I'm going to go check up on that. Oh, I did not hear that. So what I'm wondering if, since we hear weekly from Dr. Barbara Ferrer, who heads up the whole entire county public health, if there is a way, could we invite some more visibility around what's going on in the jail? I mean, this is a confined population. We hear about nursing homes all the time. We get, up to date, how many deaths, what's going on, et cetera, and where the challenges are. Is there any way that we might, as a commission, reach out to the director of the Department of Public Health and ask if there is a way for them to include this issue, which is so vital, in their weekly reports, in their biweekly reports, so that the entire county, who's concerned, we're all concerned with COVID and being safe, can hear about where we are. I still feel it's like a shell game, to find out what's going on and where the improvements are. And I'm not even saying that it's malintentioned. I just don't think we have enough light focused and community focus on the topic, so that it needs more illumination. That's a suggestion that I have.
I think that's a great suggestion in terms of getting, having the weekly stats that you hear through the rest of the county from Dr. Ferrer. If it includes the jail issues, I think, because too much of this is under the radar. I think that's a great suggestion, and I would certainly make that recommendation to her. I think that's a great suggestion. Any other commissioners have any input on this? I would like to hear
Commissioner
comment. Yes.
Yeah, Commissioner Harris here.
Oh,
I was finally able to reconnect.
I was looking for you earlier.
No, I know you were. I was here. I had a technical problem, so I could hear you just fine, but I was unable to speak, and I can speak now. So just briefly, I agree. I really want to thank staff, Dan Delgadillo, for all the work he's done on this. He's done an incredible job. I appreciate the comments you made in Commissioner Ochin on this. I do think highlighting the fact that, we do need to reduce the jail population. We also, though, need to really redouble our efforts on doing something to allow for those inmates who cannot be released to limit their movement in and out of that jail going to court, and to provide them with the ability to meet with counsel while still within sheriff's facilities. We have been wrestling with this for a long time, and we really need to continue to emphasize the importance of having a virtual platform by which those who are in custody can, in fact, have confidential communication with their counsel. This idea that they would be able to pick up any phone in the jail and talk with their counsel, that does not afford confidential communication. That is not going to work. I think there are solutions to this, but people have got to work. Our justice partners have got to work together on this problem. But again, recognizing reducing the jail population to the lowest possible level we can. That is goal one. But then for those that remain, we've got to limit that the movement in and out of custody, because that is just a gigantic spreading mechanism. So the more that can be emphasized, the better. And I agree with Commissioner Ochin. I think we do need to also look at this issue of testing people as they're released. Now, obviously, to do that effectively would mean a couple of days before their release date that they would be tested. So when they walk out the door, they have the results, as opposed to releasing them. Even if you test them the day they're released, they still wouldn't have it for a couple of days. That really doesn't do a whole lot of good. But I appreciate the effort that's gone into this report. I think, there's still a lot of work needs to happen. I think having Department of Health giving periodic updates, because you're right, too much of this seems to be under the radar. Knowing what the infection rate is really important, not just for us in the community, but for those people working in the facilities. They want to know, what is going on. Is this an infection rate going down, or is it going up, or is it staying the same? And we're hearing that they don't know that in any real-time manner, and that has got to be rectified. So I'll end my comments there.
Thank you. At this point in time, I'd like to take public comment. Priscilla, you had something else you wanted to add?
I just wanted to answer the question that Commissioner Giggins put on the table, which is why the population is going up. So we don't have a concrete or conclusive answer on this, but part of it is that state prisons aren't accepting new admissions because of concerns about COVID. Arrests are still happening. And people are still being held pre-trial because they can't afford bail when they don't fall within the criteria for being released on their own recognizances. We have also heard some concerns about the district attorney's office, essentially blocking the release of people who have been identified by other justice partners, including the Sheriff's Department and ODR. So I think those three things, the fact that we still continue to make obviously arrests, many people are being hit with bail because the district attorney is requesting it and they can't get out. And then the last bit is that people who are in custody who've been recommended for early release are having difficulty being released. And I think Mr. Huntsman wanted to add or respond to some of the comments that have been made.
Yeah, and before I did see that, thank you. Before we get to hear from the Inspector General, I think that from everything that I've learned, the fact that the state prison system is not accepting new inmates and they're filtering down to the county level seems to be probably the greatest percentage of where the increase has come from. Did you want to add something at this point?
Yes, the report states, and it's been discussed by a couple of commissioners, that the population is starting to go back up again, and we have a 30% reduction from the high we were at. That's not correct. It's gone up already. We're up to 13,900 now. The 12,000 figure is ancient history, and the reason it's gone up is because, as you heard from Bruce Chase, there's identified something like 1,000 or so nonviolent criminals. And the sheriff has declined to come and discuss the matter you subpoenaed with him. He has stated publicly there are only violent prisoners left in the jail. So the releasing process that was initially pulling a lot of people out of jail who were nonviolent has essentially stalled. And as a result, now through arrests, we're arresting more people and bringing people in. So I just want to make sure that 12,000 figure that's in the report, that's not accurate. It's 13,900 today.
Yeah, I think that the 12,000 in the report referred to a certain date that it was 12,000. But it is
this points to an urgency. It seems to me, if we're up to that's 2,000, that's 2,000 more in a couple of months. What do we do about that? Where do we exert our influence so that this doesn't go back up to 17,000, which was untenable?
One of the things we really need to do is, and again, this is a reason for at least this interim report to go to the board, have the board step in and say, various county agencies, you've got to get your act together to reduce the level of the jail population. I think that this is something that Supervisor Ridley Thomas spoke to this morning and also feels strongly about. So at this point, I'd like to see how much public comment there is so that we can figure out the rest of the time, because we still have some other items before we can adjourn. Jennifer, how many people have signed up for public comment on this?
4 individuals.
All right, why don't we go ahead and take that, and then when that is concluded, I am going to urge the rest of the commission members that we move this forward. But at least let's hear from those members of public comment.
Okay, and before we go into public comment, an announcement in Spanish.
Si necesita una traducción al español de sus comentarios, por favor diga la palabra español y alguien traducir sus comentarios cuando termine. Gracias.
Thank you. And the first comment will come from MW. MW, you are unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment.
Okay, so today we've heard, just a few minutes ago, we've got 13,900 individuals incarcerated. That's 2,000 people above capacity during a pandemic. We've heard that our sheriff is opening fire on peaceful protesters, gunning down people in the streets, all sorts of laws that he's breaking. And while this meeting is gone on at about 11 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, your sheriff, Sheriff Villanueva, tweeted his own words, in keeping with my promise for transparency, LA Sheriff's Department will be hosting a press conference today at 3 p.m. at the Hall of Justice to release details of the Dijon Kizzee deputy-involved shooting. So while he is not following the law and appearing here with you all in accordance to Measure R, while he is not responding to your subpoenas, while you have the Office of Inspector General here giving one illegal fact after another, this sheriff is totally out of control, running a propaganda machine unlike none this country has ever seen. Going to stand at the Hall of Justice when we had testimony here today of peaceful protesters, citizens, where the Hall of Justice was risen for. not being allowed to stand on the steps of the Hall of Justice. This body has to create a plan to get this sheriff under control, get him to follow the law, and allow the law to be the preeminent order of the day, not deputy gangs.
Thank you. And the next comment will come from Julie Martinez. Please go ahead with your comment.
Yes, I'd like to reiterate, please listen to us. In all due respect, Ms. Giggins, you had raised a question as where is the population increase coming from? You please do not speculate yet. Please allow for there to be some research done. You need to understand, this entire body needs to understand that the Sheriff Department is an animal that exists to manufacture crime statistics in order to justify their mega budgets. Please understand they are desperate for arrest at this time. Please listen to us in the community. They create a percentage of the crime by their own malfeasance. They present manufactured statistics. We in the community have witnessed this. We know that we've already caught them creating fake statistics on fake calls that didn't come in. For a simple code violation, for example, they call out 10 deputies. In this particular instant that I'm referring to, it was a basic code violation of a woman that stood under 5 feet tall, 10 deputies. For a basic code violation of expired tax, they proceeded to search her car, found cash, and accused her of drug dealing. The Sheriff Department is manufacturing statistics and manufacturing arrest. The jails should not be at this capacity. In order for Sheriff Villanueva to justify such a huge budget, he will continue to manufacture crime and arrest people on issues that never should be arrested, and including very simple code violations. Listen, we're in a pandemic. We need to reduce the crime, the population of the jails to stop the spread of this virus. This is extremely important. Please proceed with what you're doing. Thank you.
And the next public comment will be the last one for this item. This comes from TK. Please go ahead with your comment.
Hi. I'd just like to note that Dijon Kesey was murdered over a bike violation. I didn't even know you can get pulled over on your bike. And I want to say, where are these arrests coming from? What part of the community makes up these arrests? Since crime last noted was actually down during COVID, I'm feeling that the homeless population is further being criminalized when the city of LA was ordered to house these folks and nothing's been done. That population has grown. They're further criminalized. Maybe the arrests are from protesters actually too for seeking justice. So I'm really trying to figure out what the statistics are or what community members are being arrested and for what. And these are nonviolent crimes during COVID. And this is why we're saying, like, defund the police and close the jails. Like, you're eating up needed resources and community dollars where it needs to be in our communities. And I'm also concerned for the healthcare of those that are incarcerated and the pushback on the community members that are incarcerated. We absolutely need to let these folks out that are on nonviolent crimes and get rid of the bail. There should be no bail right now, especially during COVID. People don't have jobs to bail their family members out as well. They're not working. And if you're in there for a nonviolent crime, you're further exposing the people to COVID. And the people there, I'm concerned about their well-being. I'm concerned about them getting health care, and we want them out, right? And so the sheriff also needs to be held accountable. He's trying to run, like the woman said, his propaganda machine and just further get votes during election time.
Thank you. And Chair Rubin, that does conclude all public comment for this item.
Thank you very much. What I suggest we do at this point, I would like to move this this draft report, and I do think that there needs to be some revision in the paragraph coordination between LASD and Correctional Health Services. That's on page 2, but that's very minor. And I really think that it is incumbent upon us, and I like the idea that, you know, we're never going to get something perfect, but the idea that we need to make sure that more inmates are released from the jail, and there is better testing, and there is equal discussion and in terms of what goes on in various jail facilities. I do think we need to move forward on this. So unless there is any objection, I'd ask that we take a vote on moving this report forward.
I move to approve the COVID-19 ad hoc committee's report.
I second.
All right, so it's been moved and seconded. Shall we, Ingrid, do you want to call for the vote?
Sure. Commissioner Bond?
Look, I'm in releasing more inmates, public safety. So I really had a chance to report. I'm going to abstain.
Commissioner Giggins?
Approve.
Commissioner Harris?
I vote to approve.
Commissioner Ochin?
Yes.
Chair Rubin?
Yes, approve.
Commissioner Thompson? Commissioner Thompson?
Approve. Yeah.
Commissioner Tolentino? Vice Chair Vera?
Yes.
The report is approved.
Great, thank you all very much. I think that this is an important statement, and hopefully we'll be able to assure that the jail population is reduced, and at the same time assure that public safety is not compromised. I'd like to move to agenda item number 3, commission updates, and start out with the executive director's report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just very briefly, I did want to announce we're able to hire a new staff analyst, and he will begin his tenure with the commission in just a couple of weeks. So more information on that will be forthcoming. I'm also extremely pleased to announce that we'll get Jennifer Osborne back to us full time. As I'm sure you all know, Jennifer has been assigned to the Joint Information Center since March, but she's coming back to us at the end of this month. So we definitely need her back. So welcome back, Jennifer. Happy to have her here. I made an inquiry with County Council. I know that Commissioner Vera had mentioned this earlier about the opportunities for outside counsel for the commission. And I know County Council has done a bit of research on that. So I'm wondering if Chair Rubin, if we can ask Alex to just sort of give her opinion on the ability of the COC to have independent counsel for matters facing the commission.
That's a great idea. It's come up before, and it seems now more than ever something that we should urge County Council to consider. So, Alex, if you want to speak on this issue.
Thank you. As you know, this commission was created by the Board of Supervisors. Under the county's charter, County Council exclusively advises and represents the Board of Supervisors and its commissions in all civil actions and proceedings. Circumstances that may warrant separate counsel would never be present here.
I don't understand how can you say that?
I respectfully disagree.
Yeah, me too. I don't think, sorry, Madam Chair, may I speak?
Of course.
That's a curious position for county council to take. I would like maybe a written summation with support for how you reach the conclusion that there would never be a conflict that would rise to the level of a need for outside counsel. I can think of at least 5 off the top of my head where we indeed would need outside counsel. I don't think that the Civilian Oversight Commission is like most other commissions in the county, in that we may be in conflict with a county agency. Perhaps maybe when the Probation Commission comes on board, they may have similar issues, but they have a different relationship with the chief of probation than we do with the Sheriff's Department, which is led by a separately elected official. So I do think that interests diverge significantly on a number of issues when we're trying to assert our oversight authority in ways that are quite different from any other, from my view, any other commission in the county. And with regard to the subpoena issue, this is a prime example of where outside counsel is necessary because of the conflict that emerges with the county council representing both the sheriff and supervising any counsel that we have for the commission. For example, I know that we were told about, for example, settlement discussions with the sheriff's department in relationship to our subpoena motion, our subpoena and our contempt petition. And it seems to me that that's not in the interest, from my perspective, of the commission, given that we really need to get an authoritative opinion on the legality of our subpoena orders or our subpoenas that we issue. So I can go on, but yeah, I would just say I join Commissioner Bonner in disagreeing with the idea that there would never be a circumstance under which outside counsel would be warranted.
Any other commissioner want to speak to this issue? Yes, Commissioner Tolentino.
I would agree with Commissioner Ocean and Commissioner Bonner. There has to be some exception.
Separate and apart from that, I think it is essential for county council to put this in writing. I mean, particularly with a blanket statement of there's never a situation where there's a conflict of interest. I mean, I think that is, frankly, with all due respect to Ms. Zwiderweg, that it is a little glib to say that. And I think that there needs to be some formal memorandum to us that is not an issue that county council wants to take up as seriously as we believe it should be.
And frankly, sorry, just to add on to that, I think this is actually an issue where there's a conflict, where county council is telling us that there's no such there's no set of circumstances under which we could have outside counsel outside of them. So I think we should have outside counsel actually opine on this instead of county council, which has an interest in terms of how they represent us. And the county obviously might have to fork over some money to pay for independent counsel for the commission. So I think we need to have an independent entity assess this question because here we have a conflict.
Yes, Patty.
Yeah. Didn't we hear, or I heard, or maybe it was from the IG or somewhere, I think I heard, or attending a Board of Supervisors meeting, that actually Sheriff Villanueva made a kind of a complaint that how can you have county council represent the county, the board, and represent me in our disputes? And I believe that the sheriff, in terms of our subpoena, has outside counsel. And it's not county council that's representing him. So it's kind of confusing. I think there's been a lot of different commentary on when it's appropriate to go outside and who would pay for that, and when can you ask for it from the county, when can you reject county council taking on the issues. So this, I agree with everyone that's saying we need to have a more thoughtful approach to our question.
Yeah, I would renew my request for Ms. Zwiderweg to put in writing what county council's position is, and it may, as Commissioner Ochin suggested, necessitate having outside counsel advise on this issue. I mean, that's certainly done in litigation all the time, but at the very least, we need to have something in writing. So, Ms. Zwiderweg, do you need us to vote on that, or can we just can I just ask that you prepare something in writing for us?
As long as the majority of the membership agrees with the request, then I'm happy to do so. You're welcome to take a formal vote.
All right. I think will we? I think we can take a voice vote on this and do it in the negative. Is there anybody who disagrees that we don't need any formal memorandum from county council on this issue? All right, hearing no disagreement, everybody else is unanimous, and I would urge you to provide that as soon as you can. And I think then we can decide where to go at this point.
Before.
Yes. Yes, I agree. That you can, you should certainly provide it to the executive director well before our next meeting, and he can disseminate that to the rest of us. Commissioner Ochin, did you want to add something?
Yeah, and I just wanted to be clear that we would like to have a memorandum outlining county council's position with as much detail as possible. And with citations to whatever ordinances or state laws that you're relying on, or any precedent from the California Superior or Supreme Court, so that we can analyze the reasoning behind your position that there would never be an occasion where there would be a conflict between county council representing us and the sheriff's department.
All right, thank you. Mr. Williams, did you have anything else that you wanted to add on your in your executive director report?
No, not at this time. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Huntsman, do you have anything in addition from the Inspector General?
I do not.
Okay. Anything from any of the ad hoc committees that we haven't heard from who want to have some input? Commissioner Ochin?
Just want to update folks on the Measure R ad hoc committee, which is comprised of myself, Commissioner Bonner, Commissioner Kennedy, and Commissioner Harris. We are meeting frequently every other week, and we're beginning to hear from folks who have expertise on the charge that we've been given by Measure R. And we are also seeking support from the county to be able to produce the kind of report that voters in LA County expect from us on this critical issue of justice reinvestment.
That's great. Commissioner Bonner.
Yes, this is comment. with great reluctance that I'm calling for Sheriff Villanueva to resign. I don't take this step lightly, and I only do so because it has become apparent that he's demonstrated on multiple occasions that he lacks the judgment needed to be the sheriff, and that he's unable to provide the leadership needed by the sheriff's department. I'm only going to mention a few actions that the sheriff's taken that have led me to believe that the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department itself deserves better, and that the men and women of the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department deserve better. From the very beginning of his tenure, when he reinstated former deputy Mondoyan, who had been terminated for misconduct, Sheriff Villanueva has demonstrated a lack of judgment and a lack of the ability to assess and reconsider his actions. Second, he's the only sheriff in modern Los Angeles history, and I'm going back to Sheriff Peter Pitches, who has no effective relationship with the Board of Supervisors. Please understand when I say this, the sheriff is an independent elected official, and he is not beholden to the Board of Supervisors, nor should he be. But for the good of the Sheriff's Department, any sheriff knows, or should know, except apparently Sheriff Villanueva, that one should strive to develop a positive relationship with the Board of Supervisors. Not only has he failed to do so, he's gone out of his way to alienate and even insult supervisors. Thirdly, he's resisted efforts to provide oversight of the Sheriff's Department. When the commission asked him to appear and brief us regarding the actions being taken at the LA County Sheriff's Department's the LA County Jail in light of COVID-19, he declined our invitation. When we reluctantly issued a subpoena to compel his attendance, he defied it, and he sent Assistant Sheriff Chase in his stead. Fifth, the Office of the Inspector General is the investigative arm of the Civilian Oversight Commission. Not only has the sheriff resisted providing information needed for legitimate oversight to the IG, but what can only be described as a crude intimidation tactic, he indicated that the Sheriff's Department was investigating the Inspector General, Mr. Huntsman. Sixth, in a time where reforms are being demanded and are long overdue, he has generally dragged his feet. He issued a policy last spring, which I and the commission applauded, that prohibits deputy cliques or deputy gangs, but he's done little or nothing to enforce that policy. Next, I have reluctantly concluded that the LA Sheriff's Department, which has the potential to be one of the best, most professional law enforcement organizations in our country, and which has many, many dedicated deputies, deserves better. The sheriff is in no way responsible, of course, for the attack on the two deputies last Saturday, but his handling after the fact was not what one would expect from a mature law enforcement leader. I'm sorry to say this, but the baiting of a professional basketball player is ridiculous. A press spokesman tweeting racist loaded comments, evidently and unexplainably still working for the Sheriff's Department. It boggles the mind. Next, the unexplained and unexplainable is his handling of deputies who inappropriately took photos and shared photos of the Kobe Bryant accident scene. But look, the list goes on. I'm going to stop there and just say that the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department deserves better, and so do the people of Los Angeles County. And so I'm asking Sheriff Villanueva, for the good of the LASD and our community, to please resign. Let the record reflect I speak only for myself. I don't speak for any ad hoc committee, nor do I speak for the commission as a whole, but I must speak. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonner. Commissioner Ochan.
I would just say I'm very surprised to hear what was a very eloquent statement, and I agree with it. I do think the sheriff should resign for all the reasons you described, Judge, and more. And for that reason, I would like to move that the commission refer to the newly established resolution committee and request that the committee draft a resolution of no confidence in the sheriff.
Commissioner Harris, that.
You're muted, Chair.
Any, getting tired. Anybody else want to be heard on this subject? Yes, Commissioner Tolentino.
I would support the motion. I think it's each time all those instances and circumstances that Judge Bonner articulated, I end up with like a simmering anger that this is what's happening with our sheriff's department. Each event, especially within the last month or so, and it just seems like we became very toothless at times. To me, this is what we're supposed to be doing as a commission, an oversight of the sheriff's department, and to do it with a thoughtful and articulate means and an analysis. I think Judge Bonner did so well. I would support the motion of sending it over to the resolution committee to draft a more specific language and take it from there.
Thank you. Commissioner Giggins? You're good, Patty.
Okay. Yeah, I really want to express my respect for Commissioner Bonner for articulating a very tough position to take as an individual commissioner, and he's kind of launched a challenge to the rest of us. And what do we do with that sentiment and his suggestion? I appreciate how Commissioner Ocean interpreted it as a possible resolution of no confidence. Now, to my mind, those are not the same thing. They could be connected, but they could also be completely separate things. So I'm wondering if there's any guidance here, because we have a new ad hoc commission that could make a resolution which is expressing the values, positions, concerns of our full body. And so I guess before we go off and work on this, maybe a little bit more discussion to see the direction. That's so. Yeah, because they're two different things for me. Again, connected but different. And thank you so much, Commissioner Bonner.
Any other commissioner want to have any input at this point in time?
Xavier Thompson.
Yes, go ahead.
With respect to our previous speaker and former Chair Lady Giggins, I also want to go on record to commend and applaud Commissioner Bonner for such a substantive and bold, a substantive statement and a bold stance. I think they are inextricably tied one to the other as it relates to what Commissioner Giggins was speaking about. I think we are in deep water now with this statement from Commissioner Bonner. I think it's now or never. Let's go on and swim and not drown. And I think we can walk and chew gum at the same time. As it relates to what Commissioner Ocean said, of punting this to the newly formed ad hoc commission to put pen to pad as it relates to a resolution. I think we can do that simultaneously. I would love to poll the commission of today calling for the resignation of the sheriff and accompany it with a resolution in the coming days.
Thank you for that. Anybody else want to have any other comment before we decide how we're going to proceed? Commissioner Bonner.
And let me just say, I spoke for myself. I don't need to maintain, I just severed it. You need to maintain, I think the commission needs to maintain a relationship with the sheriff. So I just urge some caution before the entire commission, let's say, votes or calls for the sheriff's resignation for that reason. I have no more to say about it. I think probably the smartest thing right now would be to refer this, whatever further action the commission itself should take, to the ad hoc committee on resolutions and come back to the commission. But speaking only for myself, but I just reached the point, and obviously it was very difficult for me to come to this point that I'm at, but I wanted to share it because I feel it's important to, at this point in time, to state my views. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Anybody else have a way, a thought about how to proceed with this?
Madam Chair, may I respond to that?
Go ahead.
Madam Chair, may I respond to that?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, respectfully, thank you so much, Commissioner Bonner. We definitely appreciate you taking that independent stand that is true to form, and you set precedent of speaking for yourself. This happened to be a matter that I believe collectively we can actually support you in your independence. Secondly, I would accompany I will follow up by saying, with the chair and the vice chair remaining in a position whereby they can work with the sheriff. Let me be clear. It can be the position of this commission and of this chair and vice chair to work with the sheriff all day long. But if the sheriff has resolved, as his behavior has proven, that he is not willing to work with this commission, neither honor the independence of this commission or this chair or vice chair, I think it's an exercise in futility. If one have opted not to work with you, you can put all of the effort in the world to attempt to work with them, but you won't get very far. I think it's now or never.
Sorry, I don't know if you called on me.
I did.
So I do agree too that it's. I don't think it's. I think that we can draft a thoughtful statement that outlines why we have no confidence in the ability of the sheriff to do his job, and I take that as a call for the sheriff to step down. If we believe as a commission that he is not capable of filling this role with the level of professionalism, foresight, and empathy that it requires, then he shouldn't be doing it from my perspective. But I think that we need to have a very clear and thorough statement backing up that position. I don't know where other people stand, but I think it's worth at least 2 weeks to make sure we have a very clear, very forceful, and grounded statement in the facts for the public record.
Thank you. Patty, did you
Commissioner Harris.
add just a second? You're muted.
I'll go after Commissioner Harris.
All right. Commissioner Harris?
Well, first, I'd like to thank Commissioner Bonner for his statement. He very eloquently articulated every area that I could think of. This is a very difficult statement for me to make, having spent 35 years with that organization. But I have to say I agree with Commissioner Bonner. I think this should go to the newly formed committee ad hoc for the drafting of a resolution. I think the difference between a vote of no confidence and asking for the resignation of the sheriff of Los Angeles County are pretty much the same thing, but I think it should be drafted. We give it some due deliberation. But I couldn't agree more with the sentiments that Commissioner Bonner has articulated. So I think we need to move forward with this. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Pastor Thompson, did you want to add anything at this point? No. Okay. Patty, did you want to add anything at this point?
Yes, thank you. This is quite a serious step. And I feel like I want to say what I have said publicly before, and that the Sheriff's Department does not have the leader it deserves. And I want to acknowledge the people in the Sheriff's Department who we have worked with, who we have continued to work with, those who do come here and those who come to our meetings, our ad hoc committee meetings, and try to help, give us information, who don't stonewall or prevaricate, who are professional. And it's kind of hard for me right now to, I'm thinking of everyone that I've worked with over the past 3.5 years in the department, who are deserving of great leadership and support. So I just feel I really want to say that. I want to call that out, and that it is regrettable that after all this time of promise for us to function as oversight, and how much effort we have made, and maybe this is the time to not pretend anymore. I think that's what we're being asked to consider. I think the community has, certainly community members have brought it up. You know, are we pretending to be an oversight commission? Everyone who comes to us says, what are you doing? Why can't you do something? Why can't you do more? And if it takes a resolution for us to write down why we can't do more, then let's do it. If we come to the conclusion that a no confidence leads to an actual recommendation, I guess if you are relying on this committee to do a draft, we will do that. But this is, we've gotten to this extremely serious point, and I do not believe it was our making.
Thank you. Unless there are, there's any other comment from anybody, I would like to refer this as the chair.
Excuse me, Madam Chair.
Yeah.
Council had an item that she wanted to raise concerning this discussion.
Okay, go ahead.
Madam Chair, I just wanted clarification as to the action that is being proposed, so we can ensure compliance with the Brown Act on this matter.
Okay, I didn't quite hear what you had to say.
In order to properly ensure compliance with the Brown Act on this matter, I was just going to ask for clarification regarding the action that is being proposed, which you were about to just discuss. So if you can provide that clarification, that would be very helpful. Thank you.
Well, I think the clarification is that I think it is appropriate to refer to the newly formed ad hoc committee. The question of whether there should be a resolution calling for the sheriff to resign, or expressing a vote of no confidence, or something else. It will be up to the newly formed ad hoc committee to make that determination and then present it to the full commission. Does that solve your concern?
Yes, thank you for your clarification.
All right, so I would like to do that at this point and refer it to the newly formed ad hoc committee, and hopefully you can get to this fairly quickly so that we can know what you're proposing for our next meeting. With that, I think we're running short of time. We do need to have general public comment. And how many people do we have signed up for that, Jennifer?
We have 20 individuals signed up for general public comment.
All right, I am going to use the chair's prerogative and limit that to 1 minute.
Excellent. Would you like to start public comment now?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay.
Si necesita traducción en español para sus comentarios, simplemente diga la palabra español cuando comience y alguien traducirá sus comentarios cuando termine. Gracias.
Thank you. And with each speaker having 1 minute, the first public speaker will be Carlene Goyer. Please go ahead with your comment.
Hi, commissioners. I just wanted to continue on from what I was saying before. And I was hoping that if it is appropriate, that the commission could endorse the signing by the governor of SB 629. That's a bill that strengthens the protections for the press to gather and disseminate newsworthy information during protests. And it would specifically have protected the SCPR KPCC reporter Josie Wong in this situation last Saturday. So I would recommend that you take a look at this bill that's sitting on his desk, and I would hope that you would encourage its signature. And it might also give you good language for any sort of a resolution you might consider in terms of protecting the press, where their oversight, their essential service, their public service is not intimidated or chilled by brutal arrests and detainments for over 5 hours in dangerous situations. You know, the press is the only business that's mentioned in the US Constitution. And it's mentioned in the First Amendment. And it's a reason, there's a reason it's the First Amendment. If we don't have journalists to tell us what's going on in Los Angeles or the world, we wouldn't know.
And that has been 1 minute.
Sorry.
And the next public comment will come from Ernest. Please go ahead with your comment, Ernest.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead. You have 1 minute.
Oh, okay. I didn't know I was going to be second. Glad you have this timer. To make it very brief, I'm in full agreement of your motion to request that Villaraigosa step down. Even though I don't think he will, he doesn't respect this commission. He doesn't even respect the Board of Supervisors. I really don't believe he was duly elected. That should be investigated. He should be in jail, as far as I'm concerned. The other thing is that I've been writing in to get funds for specialized law enforcement for Black Americans to police the Sheriff's Department. In fact, I want to make some citizens arrests. I don't need your permission to enforce the law when I've been violated, and especially in the courts, the probate court, Department 11. You have a deputy there that's totally corrupt.
Thank you. And the next comment comes from Mary Rachel Gardner. Please go ahead with your comment, Mary.
Hi, let me know if you can't hear me.
We hear you.
Of course, got a terrible connection. First, I want to acknowledge everybody in this commission. Thank you for existing. I found out about you guys about a couple months ago, actually, because I'm now officially a victim of a hate crime. And I know that there's more serious crimes going on out there, but my home was broken into. There's been a lot of criminal activity and a lot of this gang stuff that going on in East LA. I am a California native. I came from San Francisco down to LA to study at USC. It's incredibly disheartening to see what services are available for the LA City, the incorporated part of the county, and all of the unincorporated county. Everything on the east side has just been so ignored. And I ask that we, pay attention to everybody. There's a lot of LA natives, and we got to unify. We can't ignore any one side. There's a big part of the community that's being ignored on the east side.
Thank you. Thank you. And the next public comment will come from Stephanie Mullen. Please go ahead with your comment, Stephanie. Stephanie Mullen, you're unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment.
Hi, thank you very much. Stephanie Mullen, Associate Director with Strength United. Again, I just want to thank the Commission for the work that you're doing and the thoughtfulness. And that's my comment at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next comment will come from Mary Garcia. Please go ahead with your comment.
Yes, hello. Good afternoon. First thing, I would like to thank the Commissioner Bonner for such a courageous, accurate, and eloquent statement that I think should really be considered. But I think you guys should probably ask yourselves the question as to, as far as accountability, because who is to guarantee that the next person that steps in is going to follow through with and do their job accurately like they're supposed to? There's also something that I wanted to mention regarding the overcrowding of jails. I know this might be a little bit over your jurisdiction, but you know, people in prisons are not being allowed to parole. For instance, they're being kept even though that they are ready to be productive members of society, and this is causing, you know, the jails, prisons to be overpopulated and crowded. And I think that is something that even though it's out of your jurisdiction, it is tied up to what we are living and going through today. So I ask that you consider that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And the next comment will come from Justin Porter. Please go ahead with your comment, Justin.
Hi, my girlfriend just spoke earlier. That's Mary Gardner. We're residents of East LA, and personally, yeah, we had our home broken into, and the sheriff's response was, they're just behind, and their reporting is I feel like they need to pay more attention to detail when they're reporting, and we're dealing with dispatch, and yeah, again, we live in unincorporated part of the county that's pretty much ignored by public works, and you know, there's a lot coming in and out of here that's out of our control, and I could see how people are disheartened by all the red tape that we have to go through to get any kind of actions done over here. Otherwise, you know, I could see people are vigilante up themselves because of the mistreatment. And I've been personally harassed by sheriff's deputies this year, too many times that I can count. So I want to see some change countywide.
Thank you. And the next comment will come from Carlos Montes. Please go ahead with your comment, Carlos.
Yes, I spoke earlier. Carlos Montes, I'm with Centro CISO Community Service Organization. I totally support the movement to demand that Villanueva, not Villaraigosa, somebody said, resign. He needs to be out. He is a rogue cop. He's a criminal. He's a member of the Banditos. We have it firsthand. I grew up and lived in East LA. I moved out of East LA because I got tired of harassing by the sheriffs. He needs to be ousted. He's going to continue to be rogue. He's going to say, I'm elected, so we may have to elect him out of there. You know, we demanded that Baca resign, and he finally got put in jail. So we need to do an independent investigation, maybe the FBI or the Attorney General on Villanueva, so we can find out what charges he could be charged with to use that as a vehicle to get him to resign. But I totally support, I look forward to making a public comment in support of a resolution in the future demanding that Alex Villanueva resign. He is a disgrace. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And the next comment will come from Francis Orr. Please go ahead with your comment.
Hello. Let me see if you can hear me?
We hear you. Please go ahead.
Hello.
Francis, we hear you. Please go ahead with your comment. Okay, hearing nothing. The next comment will come from Regi Bunch. Please go ahead with your comment, Regi.
Yes, there's a song that says, "In times like these," and I'm so appreciative that that song came to my spirit, because in times like these, we need to make very extreme measures, because we face a very extreme and violent sheriff's department. And Bonner to call for the resignation is actually the first step in other extreme measures that this that this commission needs to take. You know, the community's been calling for his resignation for a long time. But the resignation is also one thing, and I'm also so appreciative of these other motions to call for the independent investigations. I applaud you all, and keep on being strong. Please do not cower in the face of this man. He's making those strong steps, and you know the community is going to keep on fighting right along with him. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next comment will come from Ron Dowell. Please go ahead with your comment, Ron.
Absolutely. First of all, I applaud Commissioner Bonner for his stance. But over the past 10 years in Compton, from 2009 to 2018, there were 329 murders, including 54 from unincorporated areas. 131 or 40% were Latinx, 194 or 59% were Black, 5 or 2% were white. 28 suspects were arrested, which means that's 8% of the total. And we don't know how many among that number was actually convicted. If the sheriff is unable to take killers off the street, then there's another option that we have. And I propose a reward of $75,000 for each of those 301 murders for which a suspect has not been arrested and convicted, similar to the ones that's being posted for the deputies shot in duties and the burros who were killed in the Mojave Desert. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next comment will come from Raul Rodriguez Jr. Please go ahead with your comment.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, I would like to start by saying that, it's time that we start supporting law enforcement. We do have a very small percentage that are not good for that position, but they are out there supporting us and they are keeping us safe from any crime and danger. I support ICE and I support all law enforcement. As Americans, we should be speaking out against what these groups are doing, and I'm talking about Antifa and Black Lives Matter. Especially the Black community should be speaking out. So it's time that we as Americans take a stand and start supporting our law enforcement and start speaking out as to the lawlessness of these groups, Antifa and Black Lives Matter. Thank you very much. God bless America and God bless Donald Trump.
And the next comment will come from Publius. Please go ahead with your comment.
Thank you. I congratulate Judge Rob Bonner for his comments and his call for the resignation of Alex Villanueva. I also want to make this Ms. Patty Gergens, I'm not sure how to pronounce her last name. Why do you need 2 more weeks to decide on a resolution? Don't we have all the information we need? To all the commissioners, what are you waiting for? Lives are at stake. You should be worrying about your conscience. You should be losing sleep at night, wondering if another innocent civilian will be killed by the criminals posing as sheriffs before your next meeting. This is on your conscience. Every day that you do not demand Sheriff Villanueva's resignation is another day that another life may be taken. And I also think there should be cash rewards offered for anyone with information leading to the arrest and conviction of deputies that are part of these rogue gangs. Thank you.
And the next will come from Genevieve Claverall. Please go ahead with your comment, Genevieve.
Hello?
Genevieve, we do hear you. Please go ahead with your comment.
Well, I am very concerned what's going on, and I think that you must demand that the sheriff attends those meetings, otherwise it's useless what we are doing. And just want you to keep on that road and not accept any change of that. And I know you in the past you thought about sending subpoena. I think you should, and you should demand to be enforced. You know, and a lot of people demand to fire. You cannot fire him. He's an elected official. He has to be recalled. So anyway, That's my 2 cents.
Thank you for that comment. And the next comment will come from Francis Orr. Please go ahead with your comment, Francis.
Hi, thank you so much for getting me back on here. So first of all, thank you so much to Bonner and Ocean for seconding this extremely thoughtful, and we're just so relieved to hear you you talk about it. As one of the people who was brutalized by police on May 30th at the protest, who truly was just standing in front of someone else who was trying to talk to police to body block, and I just got beat up pretty good for it. I'm really thankful that y'all are seeing the leadership that we have and being the leadership that we need. Last time they talked about how Met should not get defunded, and I think that they should make a list of programs they do think should go first, because it's not going to be processing rape kits, and it's not going to be defunding things that actually help us. Maybe it's taking them away from the police and making them independent companies like Met, but I think they need to help us defund them if they want to stay.
Thank you. Next comment will come from Michelle Infante. Please go ahead with your comment.
Thank you. Alex Villanueva is a fear monger. He uses scare tactics by telling the community that most misdemeanors have been released and the population left is mostly felons. They love posturing themselves physically in public and then using brutal violence against people in the community and killing them. He enjoys putting out a false narrative for everything. And you know that. And I have much appreciation for Commissioner Bonner's statement that he made today regarding Alex Villanueva resigning. I've been watching what's happening to these families for the last 6 years, and it's sickening to come every month and see these people suffering. I appreciate your statement, your work, your facts, and your honesty, Mr. Commissioner Bonner. And I just want to say thank you very, very much.
Thank you for your. And next we have Julie Martinez. Please go ahead with your comment, Julie.
When you see us, when you hear us, please listen. OC are in a unique situation. You are in a position to create change, real substantive change that can actually make history. Please use your power to influence the County Board of Supervisors so they can recognize that for way too long, the Sheriff Department actually rules the County Board of Supervisors because they commandeer the county budget. The sheriffs control them by utilizing the tagline of community safety just as a tool to hog important dollars. It's obvious that elected politicians always see law enforcement union endorsements as a necessary evil for election. When we as a community speak, it is important for you not only to listen to us, but to believe us. Believe us when we report illegal activity and the lawlessness of the LA County Sheriff. Thank you very much, Bonner.
Thank you. And the last public comment from Adriana Quinones. Please go ahead with your comments, Adriana.
Good afternoon. First of all, I want to say that I'm very disappointed in Commissioner Bonner. He should have used this platform for positive comments, working together between our communities, law enforcement, and elected officials. So he definitely made a big mistake about this. As far as accountability, we all need to have accountability, us as a community. We need to stop being passive, and we need to face the brown on brown crimes and black on black crimes. All problems are not due to law enforcement, so we have to be honest about that. As far as the jails, we have to be careful as to who we are releasing. We have to look at their overall records. We don't want to release criminals that may jeopardize the safety of the community. And as far as some so-called leaders, community leaders, they are just looking for problems, not really resolving anything.
We do have one last person who has signed up for this item. Jacqueline Winters, please go ahead with your comment.
Yes, I wanted to say this is an update on Tanel Billups, my son that was shot by the sheriff department 5 times in the back. Inspector General sent a request. This is the 4th time to have investigation. Sergeant John Gutierrez refused to do an investigation based on the evidence showing that it was a corruption. He told me to send it to the Department of Justice. Karen Ruckert from the Department of Justice says she's going to send it to the criminal department. She contacted me on top of giving her more information from my friends Isaac Berry and Ron McDowell. Thank you guys. The public defender's office said in 2 weeks they're going to send me the documentation that Tanel has requested for 9 years, and they refused to send him. I want to thank you guys, and I'm just wondering what's going to happen after we get all this information. I'm going to make sure everybody get it, as well as everything else that you guys have received. And God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you. And Chair Rubin, that does conclude all of our public comment.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And thank you to all the members of the public who have spoken. And thank you to the commissioners. And this meeting is now adjourned. The next meeting will be Thursday, October 15th. And we'll see you all then. Thank you. Wow.
Thank you, Leo. See you.